Okay, we're back. We're all just completely... We are wiping our mind of the last session that I did not archive. Because that didn't happen, because it was just a complete and total shit show. I streamed for almost an hour, and I did not realize that I had a black screen the whole time. We were in audio-only mode. But no one said anything, and, like, there were people in here, I checked, but, it was all people that pretty much just listened to it, like, you know, listen like a podcast, right? Because streams like this are, you gotta be honest, they're good for that sort of thing, right? My tones can just put you to sleep, while you're driving your car. But, yeah, that was a bit of a mess, so we disregard that stream. But here we are in the dunes. I was trying to level up White Mage, but, you know, I was trying to level it up. Didn't quite go the way I wanted. I also got interrupted and we had to stop. But I'm almost level 22. These enemies are pretty easy. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna keep my party flag up, but we're gonna go back over to Selbina, and I'm gonna swap out to /Beastmaster as my secondary. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to /BST, and I'm gonna do some Beastmaster style soloing as a white mage, just while I'm waiting for a group. That way we're not stuck doing nothing. I guess I could also get a little fishing in, but I don't want to go back to Zerun Mines, that's where my level appropriate fish are. I'd rather not go all the way back there, because then if I get a party invite, well, you know, then we have to come all the way back out here, and that's just a bit of a waste. I got a crab apron. Also, the ice cubes that I put in my little whiskey glass of water, yeah, they're almost gone. Like, the temperature is so hot that, well, like, the water that I have at room temperature is so hot, ice cubes, like, literally just crack and explode when they hit the water. But then they just completely melt after, like, not even 5 minutes. It's hard to keep a nice cool glass of water right now. Oh, that pirate music. That pirate music. Okay, so... Oh, hey. A hardcore player. Alright, so I'm making my secondary job Beastmaster, and I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna beast mode it up. I think I have my charisma gear in storage, right? No, I don't. I thought I had charisma gear in storage. Let me fix that real quick. Okay, so the hope rings, yeah, it's not that much gear. I think I have room in my Mog wardrobe. Yeah, because when I did my last limit break, I got 5 more slots to the Mog wardrobe, which is enough. Like, yeah, that is enough slots for, yeah, enough slots for my charisma gear. That works out. Oh, I have my Sandorian ring on. I'm gonna be honest, the Sandorian ring ain't all that great. It really isn't. Like, a lot more useful to me would be, well, really anything else, but... Alright, let's equip that Hope Earring. Right, I never got the neck piece, but I did get the, yeah, the Noble Ribbon, that's extra charisma. Which I find White Mage has a little... They've got a little charisma boost, right? They got a little charisma going on. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and pop my Empress Band, because it's a new week, so I can actually recharge my band if I want to. So, yeah, you know, might as well use it, right? I need to use it up before the next week, because then that'll just be a whole week I would have lost out on. So... Also, I like how the Noble Ribbon actually has a graphic. Like, the brass pin, right? I guess it's in my inventory, but yeah, the brass pin, the brass hairpin, it has no visual, which is kind of sad. Alright, I'm probably gonna fight crabs and stuff. I think fighting crabs and stuff is the way to go. Now, I'm using Beastmaster here, so, I might want to just use, like, Beastmaster as my... No, I'll make a new, I'll make a new bar for White Mage. So let's see, I have my main play bar here, and then I have my buffs. So let's make a secondary one down here, and I'll just kind of port over what I need when I'm solo, right? I don't need a whole lot when I'm solo. Like when you're doing the whole Beastmaster thing, you honestly don't need a lot. Like if we're being real, you don't need a lot when you're just Beastmastering around. Like, I'll put all my White Mage stuff on one bar, and then all the Beastmaster stuff on a separate bar. And really, that's all you need. I do have to remember what the Beastmaster commands are called. I'm pretty sure it's fight, right? And then you got heal. I remember heal. And that's used on me. And then the other important one is stay. Although I'm pretty sure I will not have access to the stay command. That's, I don't think I'll get that till like level 30. And hey there, Vexus. I'm just melting right now. It's almost 27 degrees in the house. Like I can't open windows because it's an oven outdoors. And also it's really humid. It's that good mix of really humid and really hot. And we're in a heat wave. It is only supposed to get hotter as the day goes on. So, yeah, I'm getting my stream in a little bit earlier. And I'm trying to make up for that last shit show of a stream. Okay, so I think I'm all equipped out as much as I want to be. I would like to level up White Mage. So, for now, since I'm not in a group and White Mage really sucks at soloing, I'm going White Mage Beastmaster. Oh, I should have like a club then, shouldn't I? Like when I'm soloing, I don't really need the bonus MP from the Legionnaire staff. That doesn't do a lot for me. when I'm soloing, more mind is what I want, so that I actually land my spells. Alright, what have I got? I've got the, okay, I have the U wand +1. White mage can use it. So that's, int +4, mind +4. Very nice wand. Alright, and I'll just, yeah, I'll just slap that on into my Mog wardrobe. Why not? Why not? Alright, I think that'll work out better as like as a solo build. I think this will work out a little bit better. And hold up, the things that I am not using actively right now, I'll just pop those back into the back into storage. Okay, looks good. Looks good. So I am preparing to do a little White Mage soloing with a / Beastmaster as the sub. So whenever I do this sort of thing, whenever I do the Beastmaster sub soloing, I always go with Charisma gear. It doesn't matter what class I'm playing. Like if I'm a ninja, if I'm a thief, if I'm a white mage, doesn't matter. I always go with Charisma gear. And I don't have the best Charisma gear, but what I have gives me +7 Charisma, which is not bad. So I have a decent chance to charm things. Like, I can reliably charm easy enemies. Decent enemies, that's where it gets a little tricky. But still very doable. Very, very, very doable. Alright, let me buff up. I think I have my bars set the way I like. Do I have Banish Go? Let me check that. I know I have Banish, but I think I didn't get Banish Go. It looks like I didn't. Banish Go actually deals some decent damage. Okay, so these damsel flies, those are a little too high level for me to fight. A little too high level. I'm thinking lizards and rabbits is probably what I want to fight. Probably. Back to the grind. The funny thing is, because I was wanting to play those PlayStation games and everything, and we're gonna, but like with this heat wave that's going on, I don't do well in. I have learned I really don't do well in like extreme heat and humidity, even though I grew up in a place with very extreme heat and humidity. But you know what I don't have here? I don't have air conditioning. Like back in Virginia, I could just escape to the safety and comfort of air conditioning, right? So I didn't really learn to tolerate the heat and humidity. We could just escape from it. That is not an option here. So for me, when I'm gasping for air, struggling to stay alive, I find that just kind of playing more relaxed, chill games, it sort of, I don't know, it distracts me nice and good, keeps me balanced, you know, like, oh, I can just relax and play this, right? That feels good. I like that. I mean, I think no one really does great under extreme heat, you know. Yeah, I have my my little air filter slash fan thing, which, you know, I got it mostly to for allergy reasons, but it is also a very powerful fan, so yeah, I just have that going. All right, let's hold up. Let's see how my charm. Let's see how good I can charm. Wait, do I have blink? Hold up, this is actually important. Let's make a macro for this one. I'm gonna make that one just for me here. Blink. There we go. Yeah, blink will help me out a lot. But yeah, in this kind of heat, like I wanna relax and play a nice chill game, you know? And I find grinding in MMOs, it keeps me chill. What can I say? Charm! Alright. Successful charm. Do I have any weapon skills? I have Ooh, I have Starlight. Nice. Very nice. Alright, let's do it. So this right here is this is why I level Beastmaster up first. Because look at me, soloing as a fucking white mage. White mage solo for the win. Now technically, I guess you could say this is just Beastmaster, like, this is just Beastmaster, right? Technically. But, you know, it's my sub job. Oh no, that philosophy grinding. That's no good for you. Look, here's the thing. Every person that I ever encountered that was really into philosophy, it would always inevitably come down to, but are we even real, man? Like, tell me I'm wrong, but like that's what it always came down to. Alright. Time to destroy some lizards. Lizards and bunnies. I wonder, how's my, well no, I'm pretty sure that my divine magic is not maxed out. There we go, yeah, I wanna take this time to level up my divine magic skill. And my melee skills. Like, I can level up both my melee and my divine magic, which, as a white mage, you never get to level those things up in a party. Because nobody wants the white mage meleeing or casting, you know, damage spells, right? And admittedly, white mage damage spells are kind of bad until you get the skill leveled up. Well, yeah, I mean, the Greeks are always fun. They had some very interesting ideas. But the thing is, I'm definitely not the one to talk to about that, because I didn't have to learn about any of that in school. Like, literally, I learned nothing about any of that in school. What I know is pretty much, like, what little I know about philosophy, it is only because like, look, I watched a lot of movies, alright? Like, I kind of got it, like, secondhand, filtered through other culture things, right? But school taught me nothing about that. Absolutely nothing. Also, let me say how does Starlight work out? Ooh! Nice! I recovered 21 MP. So, cool, if I play my cards right, I won't have to rest. Very nice. And yeah, my lizard went down, so time to grab a new one. Alright, I've got some decent charisma, some decent charm skill. That works out. So yeah, I think as a white mage soloing, I think I'm just gonna focus on, yeah, leveling my melee, leveling my damage spells. I'm not gonna debuff or anything like that. I can do that in a party. And really, I should do that in a party. But I will keep Blink on. Blink is always good to have on. And yeah, I don't know, look, philosophy and religion and all that, like, to me it all blurs together. It all becomes the same thing, the same mush. But, I don't know, it can be fun, I guess. I mean, look, when it comes to religion too, I mean, I did go to church occasionally when I was a little kid. Oh god, briefly, I went to Sunday school as a kid, but I didn't really learn much about the Bible either way, so I didn't get much out of any of it. Oh, in your spare time, what's wrong with you? See, you'd have to force me to Sunday school to learn anything about, you know, religion or philosophy, which I can't even remember what we did in Sunday school. Like, I can't even remember. But hey, that has, like, look, that was damn near 30 years ago, right? That's a tricky one to remember. Oh, my lizard's almost dead. I can't tell it to, yeah, I can't tell it to rest. Can I tell it to back off? Okay, I have access to that command. Alright. It's a level 17 lizard. I'm gonna do a little shenanigans on this one right here. So tell the pet to back off, let it die, and then charm. Yeah, there you go. Works out nice and good. I'm gonna try something, and wait, no, I'm about to level up. I was thinking I would try and let my TP go all the way up to 3,000 and then do Starlight, because that would be a massive amount of TP, or a massive amount of MP. But I'm very close to leveling, and that'll just refill me anyway. I kinda, okay, is it bad? Theory crafting, I kinda wonder how either Thief for sneak attack, like you could do a sneak attack Starlight, how either that would work, or how subbing Ninja to White Mage and dual wielding clubs, and then using Starlight with 2 weapons, which should like kind of double up how much it does, right? I'm kind of wondering if that would be like, could that be a way to get around having to rest? I wonder. I wonder. Look, I love coming up with suboptimal but fun ways to play. All right, it's fun, damn it. Alright, I think I'll try to get up to at least 2,000 TP, and then I'll fire off my ability, see how it works out. Also, I've been really lucky that they haven't used their petrify move. Very lucky they haven't done that. Okay, that lizard is easy. All the lizards around here are kinda easy. Gonna make them fight, and yeah, when my pet dies, then I'll go ahead and charm this other lizard, or you know, try to, right? Let me get my blink back on. Which blink? This is the spellcaster equivalent to here it comes. But yeah, blink is just the spellcaster equivalent to the ninja's Utsasemi Ichi. It's just sort of the mage equivalent to that. So yeah, it gives me 2 shadows that get absorbed instead of me getting hit and taking damage. So it negates 2 attacks. All right, let's go ahead and see how much can I drain with Starlight. 42 MP. That is almost, well, no, I think that's like double the MP from 1000. So if I let my TP collect and I use Starlight at full TP, I presume I would get like about 63 MP back, which is actually pretty decent. Like, that is a very decent amount of TP. But it didn't really matter, because, yeah, I leveled up. You know, it's kind of funny, I find myself having to solo a lot on this server, even though this server has a lot of people playing on it. Like, this server is quite populated, and, you know, there's no shortage of just people out and about doing things, but I find that groups are actually a little hard to come by. A little bit. So I have absolutely no regrets leveling up Beastmaster. It is only a quality of life upgrade as far as I'm concerned. Oh, pet went down. What level's that sand hair? I can't tell. Let's charm it anyway. I hope it's a good sand hair. I don't know. I think I might have charmed a low-level sand hair. That's not great. I love the epic combat music as both me and my rabbit here just completely fail to hit the sand hair. I love it. Low-level fighting is fun. I sure do love low-level combat. I mean, to be fair, you'll miss a lot even in the high levels, too. Maybe more, depending on gear. Alright, I don't want to fight so close to the goblin. So I'm gonna, just pull it back a little bit. Just bring it back. Which I have absolutely no problem with doing my EXPing like this out in the dunes, because technically I'm waiting on a group. but also at this hour of the day, ain't no one out here. Like, if a group happens in the dunes, chances are, as a white mage, I will probably be invited to it. But right now, there's literally no one out here, so I pretty much have the dunes to myself. So, absolutely no reservations about Beastmaster soloing out here. Also, I just realized Starlight, so even though it is it's an attack, technically, it doesn't actually deal any damage. I only noticed it right now. It refills your MP some, but it doesn't hurt the enemy at all. Like, it's not really an attack. I do kind of feel like I should have brought the staff out here too, just so I could get some more weapon skills, right? I did. I shoulda, but I didn't. Oh, I'm getting my club skill up. And I'm getting a little divine magic skill, so that's worth it. Okay, I need to change my pets out. This one's about to go down. It's not great not being able to tell your pet to rest. Like, ever since I figured out what the stay command does, I realized that when you can't like heal your pet back up through resting, it does sort of put you at the mercy of having to charm in combat. Charming in combat it's never great. There's always that chance that you'll just chain fail over and over and over again, and through sheer dumb misfortune, you end up dying. That's not... yeah, that ain't great. Okay, so I want to charm that one and make it fight. There we go. The daily grind. I mean, what I would like to do, in FF11, I would like to get my Prometheans done. I would like to do my nation missions. Oh god, I'm gonna have Limit Break 3 is gonna be coming up soon. Dear god, am I not looking forward to that. I'm pretty sure I can actually solo Limit Break 3, I think? I might need help for some parts, but it's gonna be a nightmare. But I would like to get all those quests and missions and things done. But it's just when I have good time to stream, that tends to be bad time for, getting other players to do content. It just tends to be really bad timing. Where'd my pet go? What's it doing? Oh god damn it! It got baleful gazed, didn't it? It got the baleful gaze, right? Okay, well let's see what we can do. Yeah, that's kind of what I worry about when fighting lizards. That they're gonna do their baleful gaze, and the pet is just gonna turn into a nice statue for a while. there. Those unskippable cutscenes, which as far as I know, I don't think you can skip cutscenes in this game. As far as I know, which is kind of funny because, man, in FF14, people would really rage about that. Look, I will admit, I am a Final Fantasy XIV cutscene skipper. I will totally admit it. Mostly because I just don't really find the story of 14 to be all that entertaining or interesting, but you know, that's just me. But I love that here. There is no skip, no option for that. I'm a little more okay with it here, just because there's really not that many cutscenes in this game. Like, this game does have quite a few quests, but not that many of them really involve cutscenes. And the few that do, they tend to be fairly important, and you generally want to know what the fuck is going on, because there will also be gameplay instructions in there. That was a good banish, I think. Yeah, 33 point banish. That's not bad. Also, can I regen? I just thought about that. I do have regen, although my pet just dropped dead. Can I finish it with banish? Damn. Come on, I just want to finish it. There we go. Just bonk it on the head. Alright, I would like to get my MP back and make a quick macro for regen, since I just realized that's a thing I can do. Let's move blink down one and put regen there. I think for soloing, regen would probably be a little more practical than cure, even. Alright, so let's just get some of that MP back up. I'm already at 725 EXP into the level. It's those EXP rings, they're really nice like that. And as far as I know, the EXP ring, I believe that was always a thing in the game. I believe. But I never knew about them before private servers. Like, when I was playing back in the day, I never knew about EXP rings. But I barely interacted with the nation stuff or questing in general. I think my problem is, you gotta look at it like this. Back in the day, I went into Final Fantasy XI from the same place, like, the place that I was before that was games like Ultima, EverQuest. I think I played Anarchy Online too before that, but like what all those games have in common is they don't have like a main storyline. Like, they don't really do storylines. There are individual quests or missions, but nothing you need to do. There's not really any unlocks or anything like that. Like, I guess what all those games have in common is the basic premise is that you run around and just kill things, right? Now, Anarchy Online did have missions, but all the missions really amounted to was go to a place and kill a bunch of things in an instance, right? That's all it really amounted to. So the idea of a story-heavy game, or not just story, but the idea of having systems in the game other than just go out and kill things, The idea of having, like, conquest points and capturing regions and doing things with your points, and these were kind of alien concepts to me at the time. So I think a lot of those systems I didn't even know they were there. But that's good, because now it's like a surprise. Now it's, you know, it's like a whole new game, right? I love it. Ooh, 0.5 points of divine magic. That, you know what that tells me? That tells me that my divine magic skill is horribly underleveled. Like, I mean, horribly underleveled. I mean, none of my magic skills are capped. None of them. But my highest is healing at 65. And that's probably just because I leveled up Red Mage to 30, you know, so I did that mostly playing as a healer. But yeah, Divine Magic at 22, that's sad. Oh no, they baleful gazed my my hill lizard. My hill lizard is now paperweight. Great. So now I have to white mage it out. Okay, I probably, I think regen takes a while to actually cast, right? So I'm gonna have to... I can Dia. That'll fire off quick enough. Alright, I'd rather get my MP back. I was thinking to do an offensive weapon skill or to get my MP. Rather get my MP up. And hey there, Prince or Charm, or just Prince Charm, I don't know. I tend to go for the short form of people's names. Also, it's so hot, I don't like to speak more words than I have to. But hey there. I am just doing some nice wholesome white mage soloing. Wholesome white mage solo. But I mean, look, my main is Beastmaster, so I'm pretty much a Beastmaster no matter what class I'm playing if I'm soloing. I mean, really, is it really white mage soloing if I'm mostly relying on the Beastmaster, you know, toolkit? Is it really white mage soloing then? Or is this just Beastmaster extended universe content? I'm not sure. All I know is it's a great time to level up things that people will yell at you for doing in a party. They buffed up Beastmaster a little bit. The main thing is the summoned jug pets are even level. The high quality ones anyway. The non-high quality ones, they cap out at a certain level, but the HQ pets, they scale with you and they're always equal level, so they're actually viable in a party. And when you're solo, they're pretty good. Nothing amazing, but like they're good. And they give you the ready command, which does let you crank out more damage. But they're not horribly overpowered. I think the main reason that you see a lot of Beastmasters on this server, and look, I just like Beastmaster. I played a Beastmaster on Nasomi, I played a Beastmaster on Eden. I like Beastmaster, I play it no matter what. But and that's because I like independence, right? I don't like having to rely on a party just to play the basic game. But the thing is, I think you see a lot more Beastmasters here because this server does not allow you to multi-box. Because let's be honest, right? Let's be very honest. The reason why no one plays a Beastmaster on a lot of private servers is because they let you multi-box. and then you just have like you have a pet white mage just following you everywhere, right? Like, is that, I mean, come on, right? It's the same principle, just different execution. Charm, like, it lasts, so I'm mostly charming, easy and decent enemies, and I'm fighting easy and decent enemies. Oh, hold up, let me grab another one. But, like, for an easy enemy, I believe charm lasts, like, 15 minutes for an easy. For a decent, I think it lasts, somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes. It's a good amount of time. But that's pretty standard numbers, I think. Like, I don't think they've really, you know, I don't think they've done anything with that. Alright, let me just buff up again. I think, like, honestly, I think a lot of people just never liked Beastmaster because there was a lot of just misinformation about how Beastmaster works, like, from old school retail back in the day. Like, I know there were lots of rumors about Beastmaster, like, oh, your pet takes your EXP, all kinds of stuff, right? But I think a lot of that is because people were maybe playing it weirdly back in the day. Like, even now, there's people who are like, yeah, I need to, you know, get my charisma and all that up and charm a tough enemy, right? But the thing is, if you, like, the way EXP works in this game, if you have a higher level party member, yeah, they take your EXP. You don't want a tough pet. You want a pet that is equal level or lower, preferably lower, so the charm lasts longer, right? And then you use that to fight other, you know, easy and decent enemies so that you can kill things nice and quick, right? You want nice, fast kills, not, you know, not a 5-minute long battle against a tough enemy, and with a pet that's just gonna turn on you mid-fight multiple times. Like, you don't want to play, you don't want to live like that, alright? But that's what a lot of people tried to do back in the day. But yeah, overall, I like the changes that Horizon has made. They're mostly subtle changes, but I find that across the board it makes the game a lot more playable. But still old school, right? Like, playable, a little more convenient, but still keeping that old school vibe, right? Oh hey, another lizard. Also, on Beastmaster as a sub-job, you have to max it out. The way that it works is, and it's apparently always worked like this. Your charm level is the level. It is your actual Beastmaster level. So, like, if you only take Beastmaster up to 37, and let's say you're level 60, you can only charm enemies level 37 and under. It's useless then. If you really want to make use of it, you have to take it up, like, as a main job, basically. And it is my main job. Like, my BST is at 55. So I can charm enemies all the way up to level 55, even if I'm not 55. That's the great thing. Like, because my Beastmaster is higher level than the job I'm playing, I actually have an easier time charming things. It works out pretty sweet like that. But you have to, like, you've got to invest in it, basically. You have to actually play Beastmaster, not just... It's not like Ninja, where you get it up to level 37 and then just, you know, throw it in the garbage bin. It's not like that. Listen, I am not that knowledgeable. I'm still a noob at Final Fantasy XI. I'm kind of a permanent noob, alright? Like, I have never gotten over level 60 in any form of Final Fantasy XI, and I've only really played classic FF11. Like, my knowledge of the game is only really Chains of Promathia, you know, that era. And even then, I actually never got through any of the Primivians until now. Because group content, man. But when it comes to the very basics of the game, like just how systems work, I do know a bit about that, because I have played the low-level game of FF11. Like, I've been through Valkyrum Dunes more times than I can count, so I know how the basics of the game works pretty good at this point. Alright, hold up. I need to charm me another lizard. Grab him! Alright, and I don't wish to fight this hare right next to the goblins. Do not wish to do that. Okay, so now I just have to hope that my pet can grab aggro back onto him. There we go. Okay, he's got aggro. and look, oh, also, hey there, Burn. Sorry I didn't acknowledge you. Hey there, Burn. But yeah, like, look, hold up. I actually, not that long ago, I finished leveling up Ninja to 37. I did it solo, like this. Yeah, here's my job level so far. I'm relatively new to Horizon still. But yeah, I got Ninja up to 37. I immediately threw all that ninja gear in the trash. I am never touching it ever again. It is only a sub-job to me. I want to level Black Mage up so I can warp myself too. And then I'll never touch Black Mage ever again. Oh, hold up. Starlight time. Yeah, 30 MP. Oh no, Burn, bringing the cursed news again. Burn, you gotta stop going to that side of the internet. You're in the bad part of town. You gotta stay away from the cancer. I really should let my... Oh, I was about to say I should let my pet get aggro back. Well, hold up. Hold up. And then you relay the cursed news here. It's the cycle repeats. The never-ending Ouroboros of cancer. Let's see, hold up. Let me just regen myself. How deep am I on this level? I'm already 1,400 in. I have my party flag up. I have my flag up. I'm a white mage. Like, I'm a white mage. I shouldn't have a problem getting a party, but I guess it's just the time of day, right? It's just a bad time of day. But that's the time I have to play, god damn it. Like, there's over 800 people playing right now, which is actually really good for a private server. Although this is the real off hours of Horizon. Like when when it's closer to my bedtime, there's damn near 2,000 people on. So, it's all relative, I guess, but it's just a bad time to form a party, I guess. I do wonder what those 800 people are doing right now. since they're all, yeah, like they're all unique accounts. So there's, I mean, maybe there's people with their bazaar up, right? And the one good thing I do like, well, not one good, but a good thing I like is that because this server has the one account rule, you know, one account, one character logged in at a time. Because of that, when you see the number of people playing, you can at the very least be guaranteed that those are actual people. Like, that is an actual count of players, and not just, you know, one guy logged in with 3 characters, right? That's sort of the problem with the servers like Eden and Nasomi, is you'll go to their site and it's like player count 200 people, which is unfortunately good for Eden, but like those 200 people, most, if not all of them, have 3 characters logged in at the same time, and they're just kind of, you know, their own party, right? So it's like you can kind of divide that number by 3 to get a real count of players, which is unfortunate. Because I liked Eden. See, I'm not gonna trash talk other private servers. I know some people love to do that. They love to shit talk other private servers that they aren't a part of, but like I liked Eden. I would still play on it if it had a few more people on it. The main issue with Eden is just that the player base is very thin, particularly when I play. I mean, on this server with 800 people, like right now, I'm still having a hard time getting a group, so you know. Oh, burned. You must leave these cursed lands. Only madness awaits you. Like you're basically in the Demon Souls part of the internet right now. You got Which, God, I still want to play that Demon Souls remake. Or, you know what, at this point in time, I do have a working PS3, even if it doesn't work good. But I don't really want to, like, because it doesn't work so good, I like to not use it as much as possible. So, I really need to get one of those PS3 emulators working, and I need to emulate me the original Demon Souls. Like that, honestly, that would be an acceptable substitute to me. I just like Demon Souls. I really want to play it again. God damn. God damn. Also, I am tempted by Baldur's Gate 3, but I'm holding out that I will wait until it's out of early access. When it's done, and it's been out for a little while, and it's on sale, then I'll get it. But I have enough games to play right now. Like, I'm having a lot of fun with Mount & Blade too. I really like it. Even if it's super grindy, I kind of love that game. And again, I have the Pathfinder games, and I can still get one more game. I decided Shadows of Doubt I do want to get, but I mean, since it's not on sale, there's no time rush, right? I'll wait on that one. Like, it's affordable, but, you know, since it's not a sale thing, I can wait. I am still, like, for my last game that I want to get on the sale, I'm really torn between the, you know, Warhammer, Total War Warhammer 3. I'm tempted, because 40% is good, It'll probably go down more in the coming months, but like for now that's a good price, and I do want to play it. But there are other games that kind of tempt me, smaller games. Like there's a lot of Final Fantasy Tactics-like games that I would love to try. And then there's just games that kind of come out of nowhere and I'm just interested in. Like, there's a game, it's kind of a Diablo-like. V Rising, I think, is what it's called. There's vampires in there. I don't know, it's been a while since I played a good Diablo-like. And the funny thing is, I don't actually like Diablo. Look, I'm that weirdo, right? I actually don't really like Diablo very much. The first two games are fine, but everything after that I don't really like very much. But I have played more Diablo-likes than Diablo games at this point. Guild Wars being my #1, right? Guild Wars is a great Diablo-like. But, yeah, I don't know. V Rising looks like it's kind of fun. Oh, about to go down. All good, all good. So, regen, blink. And I'm not gonna cure myself. Not gonna cure. I'm just gonna let regen do its thing. You know, just let it get my health back up. Okay, I could break up this group here. Let's see, what level are we? Wouldn't be too hard to kill the level 15. I mean, Prince, honestly, Beastmaster, it is a fun class, especially on this server, with the Jug Pets. It's basically Pokemon, right? But it feels nice and smooth to play. You know, it's a fun class. It's also really cheap to level up. You basically, you basically don't need equipment. You can go 1 to 75 practically naked. But as a sub-job, it is such a quality of life improvement. It feels so good when you're sitting around. Imagine you're playing one of the support-heavy classes. Right now, I'm doing White Mage, right? Imagine you're a White Mage, a Bard, whatever other class that sucks at soloing. Having Beastmaster as a sub-job, oh, it feels so good. I can log in and get EXP while I'm waiting for a party. You know, I don't have to just sit there and, have my flag up and go fishing or whatever, right? I can still play the game and do things. It's great. Also, Burn, what is this wild magic barbarian? Barbarians don't use magic. What's this all about? But I don't know. Look, when it comes to D&D, it's either wizard, sorcerer, or bard. Those are my 3 picks. All right. My 3 favorites. Yeah, wild magic is relatively recent in general in D&D. I mean, in the whole time span of the game. But the idea of making a magic barbarian, I don't know. At a certain point, I kind of wonder. If we're blending, classes together so much. And I know there's a lot of hybrids in D&D. At a certain point, you just have to wonder when they're just gonna drop the idea of classes altogether and just let you, you know, let you choose your abilities and all that however you want. Just make it freeform. Honestly, that might be a welcome change to the game at this point. It would kind of set it apart from other games, really. Oh, that's a level 18. I'm gonna charm that lizard. So let's get this one killed on this rabbit. And oh no, wild magic for like wizards and stuff. I love that in D&D. Wild magic is very fun. It adds a certain level of unpredictability to mage classes, but it's just the idea of mixing that with barbarian is, I don't know, it's something about that is unwholesome to me. Yeah, I don't know, fungus druid, that, like, I don't know. To me, that feels like something that doesn't need, like, a whole dedicated class to it. You know, like, that should maybe just be, like, if you're gonna have fungus stuff, that should maybe just be something that druids can do. You know, that just any druid can just do. I wonder, Divine... Hold up, Divine Seal, does that affect my banish? I've always wondered. I don't think it does, but, you know, hey, why not? Let's try it. It does eat my Divine Seal. I can't really tell if it, like, did anything or not, but when I used Banish, it absorbed my Divine Seal, so maybe Banish is... Like, if Banish is affected by Divine Seal, that'd be pretty fucking sweet. Like, you could do a proper white mage nuke with that. Also, there goes my pet getting petrified again. Oh, okay, good. I didn't interrupt my blink spell. So yeah, I gotta fight this thing now. But I don't know, I gotta be honest, when it comes to D&D, like, CRPGs, I don't know. I sort of fell off of those after, after Baldur's Gate 2, which a lot of D&D games came after Baldur's Gate 2, but I had sort of fallen off by that point. I don't know, I think I kind of enjoy Pathfinder more now. Like, if I'm being honest, of the various CRPGs that I've played in recent years, the non-D&D ones have been significantly more fun and enjoyable to me. You know, like the Pathfinder games I've been enjoying a lot more. So, I think I might have fallen off the D&D wagon. I need to get the books for Pathfinder, though. I have D&D books. I have books for a lot of different tabletops, but I actually don't have any books for Pathfinder. I'm kind of interested to see how the actual books, like, you know, to see how they read, how they play out. I mean, from what I understand, Pathfinder is very close to, like, 3.5 D&D, which I have books for 3.5 D&D. So maybe they're not that different, right? But since I liked that system a lot, Pathfinder might interest me. I don't know. It would certainly be, it would certainly be easier to get the books for Pathfinder than for 3.5 D&D at this point in time, right? me re-equip my... I hate how I have to go through my inventory. I want to use that EXP ring again. Here we go. Gotta burn those charges up before the next week comes. Alright, fighting continues. I just like to have my my EXP boost on. Which also, since Halo, it's pretty laid back here. Let me paralyze and then... So last week's conquest on this server was really disappointing. Windurst, I don't know how, but Windurst took everything, right? Oh, I see that other lizard. It's fine. But yeah, this time around, Sandoria #1. Sandoria has claimed quite a lot of territory. Look at that. Look at that. Sandoria has taken the entire continent over here. El Shimo Uplands is still Beastman controlled, but like, overall, yeah, Sandoria. Sandoria #1! Go Sandy Oreo! Our Oreos have the most sand in them. The only region that I still, like, really need, I still really need El Shimo Upland. I got the lowland, but not the upland. But otherwise, I have every region that has an outpost. There are a lot of regions that don't have outposts, but, you know, let's not worry about those. Also, Burn, you know what? I've played a lot of classes in D&D, but I have never touched Monk. Like, I've played, like, you know, your standard-ass human fighter, right? But I've never done Monk. I don't know what it is, but Monk... Something about Monk in the D&D setting has just never really been appealing to me. I don't know why. I mean, then again, like, I've never played a Monk in a lot of games. Like, hey look, in FF11, Monk is the only class I've never played. I think I might have a problem with monks. I don't know. I think maybe what it is that I think maybe it's that as far as physical fightery type of classes go, the idea of a guy that just uses his fists and barely any armor, it feels a little boring, right? Like in most games, I love magic and having to manage my spells and all that. And then for fighters, it's usually, oh, you have no magic, no spells, but you have all this equipment that you have to manage. You know, you have to choose your weapon, bring consumables, items, whatever, various trinkets. Like, that's what makes things like Rogue interesting, right? And even a fighter, but then you look at Monk and it's like, they don't use weapons, so you don't have to, like, you don't have weapons to worry about. They don't wear armor, so you don't have that to worry about. At least in D&D. I mean, like, in this game, yes, you want armor, but in D&D, it just seems like a very blank slate class, and I never really gave it a chance. Okay, that does sound fun. Like, that sounds like they're doing something a little interesting with it. Again, the main issue that I always had with Monk in D&D and things like it is it just never felt like they would be very interesting to play, you know? Like, they felt somehow even more straightforward than the human fighter. can do a good Starlight. Hold up. Starlight. Yeah. 43 MP. Wait, I just realized. Hold up. I can use I can use shields, right? Yes, I can. Like, look, a level 8 shield is not gonna do a whole lot for me, but if I get hit by the monster, it'll level up my my shield skill. I'm all about that. I'm all about leveling up skills. Alright, so let's just be ready to charm this here lizard. Oh. He's led in with a critical attack. All good. Yeah, I think the problem with a lot of, like, you know, melee fightery type of characters is that it's very easy for that all to just blend together and become the same thing, you know? Like, you're a generic fighter man. Let's see, what's my EXP at? Oh, I'm over halfway in. Over halfway in, nice. Again, I really wanted to get into a party and, you know, do my white mage thing. I really wanted to do that. I was looking forward to, you know, being a good support character for my group, but then a group never happened. I guess it's fine. It's all good. I mean, to be honest, White Mage is actually not that bad at fighting. When you know, big asterisk, when you have a, like when you have some kind of pet to, you know, to back you up on the damage and tanking. Like when you have some form of backup, White Mage is not terrible. Like, they can melee half decently. They have good debuffs. They can heal, obviously, so that's, you know, survival isn't really an issue. Like, they ain't half bad. I'm still not sure what exactly is going on with the effect for Starlight. Like, you act like you're gonna swing the you know, you're gonna swing the wand, but then you just don't, and and a glowy ball gives you MP. It's a little strange. That goblin was getting a little too close for comfort. Now, I will say this, when it comes to merging the healer and tank together, so this is kind of a weird thing, right? Like, in a lot of games, the healer and tank are kind of one and the same. I mean, actually, if you want if you want a really popular example of the healer and the tank being the same thing, I mean, Paladin in World of Warcraft, right? Like, the Paladin in World of Warcraft can literally either be the healer or the tank, or a little bit of both at the same time in a party, like, and it, honestly, it works out and feels pretty good. Like, I think in general, the line between healing and tanking is not really that thick. I mean, okay, let's think about it for a second, right? Like, I mean, ultimately, what are the goals of a healer or a tank, right? I mean, ultimately, their goal is party survivability, right? Like, the healer does that by healing and, you know, keeping the group alive. The tank does it by having, like, a ton of defense and focusing the enemy's attacks on themselves, which kind of mitigates damage. Or, I mean, in a lot of cases, in a lot of games, especially with, you know, paladins, they also heal themselves to kind of, you know, help with that survival. Like ultimately, all a tank or a healer is, at the end of the day, is their support, right? Like, their goal is survivability of the party. Like, their goals are the same, even if they go about it in different ways. So really, making healer and tank be the same thing, honestly, it kind of makes sense, really. It kind of makes sense. And I think of other games, like in City of Heroes, that's often how it works out, right? Like, now, to be fair, City of Heroes doesn't have, like, super defined roles or anything, but like, a good tank is also healing themselves, and, I mean, functionally, the same thing as having a good healer, right? And then, like, you take a good defender or a controller in City of Heroes, and through support, like, through intense group support and all of that, like, I mean, yeah, they can basically tank. Like, you know, a good controller or defender can just jump right into the middle of a massive group of enemies and tank it out because support, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think people get too caught up on the distinctions between roles in games. I would say maybe that is a bigger issue. Like, again, I think about stuff like Final Fantasy XIV, and I mean, I'm gonna be honest, in FF14, all the DPS classes are basically the same thing to me. But I think what can help to distinguish DPS classes is the things they do that aren't necessarily DPS. I mean, they're actual, like, the way they deal damage, that too, but I guess think about it like this. In a lot of games, DPS classes bring something else to the table, right? And it's usually that something else that more so defines them. Like, I don't know, to go like super basic, I mean D&D actually. You know, like wizards and sorcerers, I guess it depends on if you consider wizards and sorcerers to be DPS. They certainly deal quite a lot of it. But what sets them apart and what people like them for is that they bring a ton of utility to the party, right? Like, it's that utility that makes them interesting, not just their fireballs, right? Like, you take, I don't know, a ranger, and, well, I mean, they have all of that, like, wilderness survival tracking shit, like, lots of things that in a proper role-playing D&D campaign will make or break the party. But yeah, also they shoot things with a bow and deal damage, right? So I think maybe that's the way to look at it, is, like, look at what utility a class brings in addition to that damage, and maybe have that kind of more so defined. At least that's kind of how I always looked at it. I'd say for the mages, it's pretty easy to like have something they do that's important other than just damage, but for more like, you know, fightery type of classes, that can be tricky. I mean, to give some examples from FF11 here, like, one of the things that distinguishes the various, like, let's take melee DPS as an example, right? Like, what distinguishes, I don't know, a samurai from a dragoon? Well, they both deal pretty intense melee damage, but the samurai, like, okay, their whole thing is that they can, like, they get TP fast, so they can pump out weapon skills faster, right? And also, they actually have group utility against demons. Like, weirdly enough, samurai in this game, they have lots of anti-demon buffs. So, if you're fighting demons, they're really good. But also just, you know, faster weapon skills, right? And then Dragoon, well, I mean, they have those jump abilities, which literally lets them circumnavigate, like, mechanics. Like, a Dragoon can just jump out of combat to avoid mechanics, which is almost game-breaking, but, you know, that helps to define them. That, and they have a pet, too, right? The pet also helps define them. But, like, every class in this game is, you know, that's how it works, right? So, like, it's not the DPS, it's the thing other than that they bring to the table, and that's what kind of defines it. I'm thinking also other games. EverQuest. So in EverQuest, okay, like, I don't know, what defines... I guess, okay, what defines, say, a monk from a rogue, both intense melee DPS? Well, that one's pretty clear. Like, the monk is actually pretty tanky, and the monk can tank if it needs to. The rogue cannot. But the rogue has all of the, you know, the typical, I mean, honestly, D&D-esque rogue stuff. Like, they can pick locks, disarm traps, detect invisible things. Lots of utility that mages don't have that they bring to the table, right? That a group might want. And that's, you know, that ends up being like what helps to define them. Ooh, full TP Starlight, 63 points. Do I dare to melee it out with this rabbit? I don't think it can kill me. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna kill me. So yeah, sure, why not? Let's White Mage Brawl. I already got regen on, so I have that going for me. I would love to banish this thing, but that requires way too much time. It seems to... What level is this? Level 18. That's almost decent challenge. Almost. Alright. Need another lizard. I guess I don't have to go for lizards. I mean, honestly, the rabbits are pretty strong. Could charm a rabbit, but... Regen again. God, I really wish I could get into a group. Look at this! I am actually getting close to gaining a full level on stream, soloing as a white mage. This was not my intention, but it's just sort of happening. Now, to be fair, I think a lot of that too is So, my understanding, and this I know less about, Horizon uses the Wings era, the EXP table, and that is different from, like, classic vanilla FF11, and it's different in the way that, so you don't get, like, more EXP in total. Like, the max EXP for a kill is kind of the same. Like, an even level enemy will give you 100 EXP, right? If you go for a really tough enemy, like super hard, that'll give you 200 EXP. The caps are the same. Those are unchanged. But my understanding is that while the caps aren't changed, there is a much deeper threshold for what will even give you EXP. Like in normal FF11, at this era, I am pretty sure that enemies that are more than... Like, once an enemy becomes 10 levels under you, they will not give you EXP. But on this server, I have killed enemies that are like when I'm just grinding as a 55 Beastmaster, I've killed enemies that are 16 levels under me, and I still get like 50 EXP for killing them, which isn't bad. So my understanding is that the Wings era EXP table, the high end of the table is the same as the vanilla game, but the low end of the table is much deeper, so you can kill lower level enemies, so they're easier, and you get more EXP for low level enemies. Like, basically the difference between a super easy enemy and an even level, the difference in EXP values are minimal. Whereas, normally, yeah, you wouldn't really get EXP for killing things like, you know, more than 10 levels under you. And something that's, say, 8 or 9 levels under you, you would be lucky to get, like, 15 EXP. Like, you'd be lucky to get that. But here, you'll pretty much get, like, a minimum of 30 EXP, So I guess it's just a little easier to, I don't know, what does that amount to? I guess it makes soloing a little bit kinder, a little gentler. Like, soloing actually feels viable, even if you're not a Beastmaster. It feels like it's something you can conceivably do, and it won't take forever. And I think that's a change for the positive right there. Look, I'm just, you know, as I'm just Beastmaster White Mage soloing, yeah, I got a lot of time to think, right? And unless people give me something to work with, I'm thinking out loud here. And I don't know. For something I noticed for a bit was, I don't know, there is a tendency with private servers of FF11. People tend to think that, I don't know, the reason people jump on Horizon is because, oh, it's shiny and new. And for me, like, it wasn't that at all, right? Like, I was having a good time over on Eden, even if there was no one to play with. I was having a good time, right? I wasn't really considering moving over because I'd put so much time in on Eden. Now, the server I played on before Eden, Nozomi, that was not a hard one to move away from. Nozomi, at least when I stopped playing on it, it was a mess. Like, it was technically a mess. There weren't that many players anyway. It wasn't a great experience by the time I left. You know, didn't have that issue with Eden. Did not have that issue at all. I would still play there if more people played on it. But the problem that I had with Eden was, while it was a good, stable server, it was run well, I would say the problem is that they don't really have any real goal or ambition for the server. It's just sort of, we're making the game in the era of, you know, Treasures of Ott-Ergen. That's what we're going for, and nothing else. And it felt a little stale. What I like about Horizon is that they're trying to stick to the idea of the classic game, you know, what we all loved about FF11 back in the day, but they're trying to smooth over some of the rough bits that, let's be fair, as much as I love classic FFXI, which FF11, FFXI, whichever one rolls off the tongue easier for you. For me, neither one does really. But for me, as much as I love many aspects of the game, there's a lot that I really hated or found super frustrating. And things like that, things like resting taking forever. You know, here they've kind of bumped the speed up a lot. You know, that feels good, that feels much better, right? It makes the game smoother to play. And I don't think that really takes away from the classic vibe either. Like, resting is still slow. You know, like, resting is still slow. You still want to avoid downtime like the plague. But downtime here doesn't mean, you know, sit and rest for 5 minutes to get your MP back. It means sit and rest for maybe a minute, right? That's a lot more tolerable to me. But yeah, there was a lot of things about FF11 that, you know, they could do with a little sanding over, polish it up a little bit, tighten those screws some, but still keep it classic, right? I feel like there was a lot about the game that you could do that with, and I mean they're doing that, they're working on that, which I like that. That feels good to me. That's something to look forward to, actually. You know, it's not just they're not just running a museum, and I like that. So just a quick thought that was in my head about Horizon. But it's also why I don't, like, I'm not hopping on the hate train for other private servers. It's just this server is doing a thing, and I like what it's doing. So that's why I'm there. And oh, burn, I still find the idea of this race that has apparently been a thing in D&D forever, but like, I'd never heard of it. I think there's a few like that, though. Like, as far as I know, I forget what they're called, but there's like a race of snake, like humanoid snake people in D&D. Or humanoid reptile people or something, and apparently they've always been a thing, but there's only one, like, CRPG that I can think of where you can play as them, and that would be Neverwinter Nights 2, which not a lot of people have actually played and enjoyed that. It's actually kind of hard to get it anymore, but yeah, you can play as the weird lizard, snake, reptile people in that. And that's a race that I can't think of any other D&D game you can play as them. Yeah, the Yuan-Ti, yeah. That is the only game I can think of where they feature the Yuan-Ti. It's the only one I can think of. Maybe there's more, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know any other ones that let you do that. Uh-oh. We've got hill lizard spawn. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, looks like I'm in trouble over here. Uh-oh, Baleful Gaze. Turn that shit around. Oh my god, they baleful gazed my fucking lizard. Well, god damn it. Okay, I kind of have to kill this thing now. Alright, now we have problems. My pet is baleful gazed, so it's just a statue right now. This is kind of what I was fearing when it comes to fighting lizards. Okay, here we go. I mean, I would imagine that these hill lizards would have a decent... I would guess they'd have a decent resistance to petrify because of what they are. Alright, let's get regen back on. And yeah, I mean, if you if you ever just thumb through the monster manual for D&D, I mean, a lot of those could theoretically be playable races, you know? Like, I have like the 3.5 books, and I'm very certain that the Yuan-Ti are a listed monster in the monster manual. So, I mean, really, you just have to look through that, right? There's a lot of races that theoretically would be playable. They just don't really feature in any of the games. Oh, hey! We got ghoulies. Yeah, I'm gonna rest my MP up real quick. I'm only, like, I am less than 800 EXP from 23. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to solo white mage. But, yeah, that's what we're doing, it looks like. Got my flag up, but no parties. I wonder, you know, I haven't been too inquisitive. Are there people in the zone right now? Like, there's no groups here, obviously. No, there's people in the dunes. There's 33 people here. The ones that are grouped up. And there's a warrior 11. Now, a level 11 party, they should be like here, right? I don't see them. Maybe they're on the other side of this mountain thing. But yeah, there are parties here, but I guess nobody needs a white mage. Oh, a Kenku. What is that? But look, today I just want to I want to be the friendly white mage in a party. That's all I want. Which also I would like to unlock more classes to play, but because inventory space is pretty tight in this game. I'm trying not to level up too many classes at once. I'm trying to, like, you know, get white mage up to, I don't know, about 37. I want to be able to teleport as a white mage. But once I get all the white mage teleports, like, yeah, I'd be pretty confident to just say I'm done with it. And the same goes for Thief. Like, I might want to get it up to 37 so it's a good sub job, but then I'd be done with it. So I would like to kind of get some of those classes out of the way. And once I do that, I would like to, yeah, maybe take up a second main class other than Beastmaster. I love Beastmaster, it's my goddamn favorite. But I don't know, I like Bard. I like Bard. Bard's fun. Oh, I don't have any thing in my search comment, although, I mean, I'm only like level 22, like, or 20, yeah, 22. I would think, oh my god, this is literally the first time Charm has failed on me. Literally the first time when I decide to attack a ghoul. Oh my god. Come on, charm. There we go. Like, I have been playing this whole time and charm has not failed once. Now it fails. Now it wants to fail on me. But yeah, I would, and also, hey there, Jimmy. I would assume that people, like, I would assume that people would figure that I do in fact have another sub than Beastmaster, but also, like, I'm only level 22. There are literally people who don't even have a sub job at this level. So I don't think that's the deal breaker. I don't think. Oh, that thing really likes me. I'm gonna go ahead and cure myself a little bit. Attacking the ghoul might have been a bad move. Might have been a bad choice on my part. Uh-oh, Waterga. Do I have silence? Please tell me I have silence. I do. There we go. That'll let's, you know what? Let's calm this thing down a little bit. Yeah, let's debuff the shit out of it. And get my health back. It's probably gonna interrupt me. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize my pet's gone. Hold up. Now, don't fail on me. Don't you fail on me. Okay. Yeah, time to cure 2 myself. Oh my god, oh my god! Oh my god, is this how I die? I'm paralyzed is the problem. There we go. There we go. End it! Yeah, man. 140 EXP, nice. Yeah, that ghoul might have been a mistake, but, actually, you know what I should have done? I should have used Divine Seal. I should have used Divine Seal and just slammed him with a Cure 3, right? That's what I should have done. But it's been a while since I really played White Mage. It's been a minute. But yeah, I have Cure 3. Well, either way, I did manage to defeat the ghoul, so carry on. I like a good intense fight every now and then, you know, it really wakes you up. It shakes the dust off. Also, because of that intense fight, I missed, I have a second now to look up what a Kenku is. I see the link. Come on, load. Ah, oh, okay, so, yeah, bird people. It's bird people. Uh-oh, Baleful Gaze. I feel like that Baleful Gaze took a little longer than normal. Like, I usually don't have any time to react to Baleful Gaze. Also, look at these old man gamers in the link shell. I mean, well, I don't know. Is it old man gamering to like the older versions of Minecraft. I don't know. I liked Minecraft when it was in beta. I had it back then. What level's this lizard? 15. That's not very high. What level's that rabbit? 17. Okay, yeah, let's kill this, and if it kills my pet, maybe I'll get a rabbit instead. Oh, and put regen on myself. Oh, not enough MP. Oh, not enough MP. Hold up, let me fix that. God, I love Starlight. Which, Starlight didn't always used to be such a low-tier weapon skill for clubs. I don't think. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, because I will admit I never really did much club melee on other servers, but I don't remember Starlight being something that you have access to so early on with club. Again, could just be bad memory. What's the EXP at? Not even 500 to go to a level up. I'm considering whether or not I want to sit down and rest. It would be nice to have my MP back, but like the only thing I'm really using my MP on is regen, right? Like regen and the occasional debuff. So honestly, I could just not rest. I could just not rest and keep going and then use Starlight to get my MP back up. You know, that's always an option. Yeah, regen only costs 15 MP. Yeah, one Starlight would cover that. Oh, look at these old motherfuckers talking about betrayal at Krondor. I actually have I have that through GOG. I have the Krondor games. That's something that I want to put on the list as games we will eventually play on the stream. Eventually. But there's multiple Krondor games, and they look like those typical lengthy CRPGs. So gotta find good timing on that. Now look, when I was a kid, I was just enjoying my Quattro Adventure and Bubsy. These people with their fancy DOS games. Uh-oh. Oh, hey, look! Yeah, there's the party over there. So, okay, there is a party around here. There is a party. So, I'll try to, I didn't realize they were over there, so... Yeah, I'll try to stay away from killing too many of the lizards, although... It doesn't look like they're killing that many. Like, this area is pretty populated, so... I think there's enough to go around. But I'll try to, like, give them a little breathing room. Like, I am generally nice about it. Like, look, we're all here for EXP. competition is gonna happen, and to that, you know, fuck them into the dirt if they try to take my mobs, but but no, like, you know, where possible, I try to give people breathing room. I try to, you know, not step on toes. It's only an if you have to kind of thing for me. But it looks like there's plenty mobs to go around, right? And I got plenty over here on the other side of the hill, so. Though I do hope that ghoul does not come back. If it does, I'll have to kill it again. Oh, we're having a bit of a... Right, the day rolled over. That 0-day lag. Okay, very close to leveling. Very close. And also, I'm not just leveling White Mage as a sub-job. Like, I mostly want it as a possible sub-job for Beastmaster or, you know, whatever class. Every now and then, White Mage is just good to have as a sub, right? If I ever go Summoner, White Mage would be good to have leveled up. But it's not just for that. I would also like to kind of expand the roles that I can do in certain content. Like, namely the Primivians, right? Like, the Primivians, like, right now, the only thing I can really do them with is Beastmaster, right? I would like to also get White Mage up so I can be the healer in the Primivians if I have to, or just in lower, like, you know, 37 and under content if someone needs a healer for that. I'd like to be able to fill the role, right? It's all about giving more options. It's only level 17. Well, that's only level 15. We'll go with this. Okay, once they kill my current lizard, I'll grab this one. I like how the combat music, it literally just depends on how close I stand. I love that. Well, when it comes to, like, kids dying in fiction, I haven't really found that fiction is overly, you know, against killing kids. Like, I can think of quite a few even horror movies where, like, yeah, no, the kids get it, but I find it's mostly a problem with video games. Like, I think video games are the big one where they don't like kid killing. Which is kind of funny because that didn't used to be the case. Like, I can think of older video games where you can totally kill kids. I mean, older Ultima games. Like in some of the Ultima games that have kids, like, no, you can totally fucking explode them if you want to. You can jib those kids. But I think what sort of caused the whole, you know, you can't show kids getting hurt in video games, it was kind of the whole moral panic in the mid-90s, around there. Oh yeah, right, yeah, in Fallout 2, yeah, you can do it too in the early Fallouts. I gotta play them! But I think, yeah, the moral panic kind of got it put in people's heads that they can't show that in games. Oh my god, I'm level 23, solo white mage. Look, I am playing the best solo class in the video game right now. White mage. Yeah, I really didn't intend to solo. Like, I was level 21 when we started the stream. I was really not intending on, like, soloing this hard with white mage, but here we are. Here we are. Oh yeah, The Sims, right? Yeah, in The Sims you can't kill kids either. I always forget that. Which, come on. Yeah, you gotta patch that in. But, oh, there goes my pet. Hold up. I need another lizard. But yeah, I think it is a little silly, but in a lot of, like, okay, to be fair, because of that moral panic in the mid-90s, to this day, there are a lot of countries that will not allow your game to be put on store shelves. Like, you'll get that hard adult rating if there are kids dying in your game. So I get why developers just don't include that anymore, or they purposefully, like, they make kids invincible for whatever reason. It's that reason. I remember the baby barbecue mod. I remember. Look, that's just how you make good baby back ribs, all right? Look, if the mod was perfect, in a perfect world, that mod would have, like, the Chili's baby back ribs theme play when you put the baby in the grill, all right? If we lived in a just world. But yeah, so, I don't know. I think for the foreseeable future, children will just be immortal gods in video games. That's the world we live in. Sorry. I want to pull this one away. God, see, now you're just making me want to get back to The Sims 2, though. Because there's actually a lot about The Sims 2 that I never really got to play, because I never had all the expansions, you know? And there's lots of Sims 1 stuff that I haven't done, because I didn't even know there were expansions for The Sims 1 until later. We need to have a Sims stream again sometime. I know it may not seem like it, because I mostly stick to my lane, which is, old school CRPGs, MMOs, strategy games every now and then, but I really like the simulation genre. I loved Sim Tower, Sim City, Sim Ant, Sim Earth, basically all the Sim games, right? I used to love those. They fascinated me as a kid. And The Sims, the early Sims games, I loved them. I loved The Sims all the way up to The Sims 3. And I like The Sims 3 a lot, but 4 kind of lost me. And let's be honest, The Sims 1 was it was the beginning of the end. The DLC was getting out of hand with The Sims 3. But I am a fan. I am a Sim fan. Oh, we need XCOM soldiers in our Sims town. Oh god. they can be the random townies. So I think before we actually get around to playing The Sims 2 again, I think I should maybe look for some interesting mods, like, more more wacky, memey costume parts and stuff like that, and just really get the gameplay the way that I want it. I need to get around to doing that. Should regen myself, but I'm trying to get this. Okay, here we go. My pet is having a very hard time hitting the rabbit. It's much difficulty here. All right, so let me put regen on. Oh, I just realized my EXP ring is no longer in effect. Hold up a second. Let me go ahead and slap another one on. And the charges on my EXP ring, they're actually from last week. Like, I need to use my EXP ring. I know that, like, a better use of the ring would probably be to, I guess a better use would probably be to level up my main job, you know, to, like, at level 55, I need a lot of EXP to level up. So it might be a better use to use it for that, but yeah, the charges are from last week. If I don't use them on something, the charges will just go to waste when the week rolls over again, so... Because I need to refill the ring before the week ends. And then I'll still be kind of a week ahead, right? Okay, I'm gonna drop a bit of a bomb here. All right, Burn. This may be a shocking revelation, but I have to come clean. I have to. Look, I'm getting up in front of the podium right now. All right, people of the stream, I regret to inform you that I have never seen Shrek. Now, how is that possible? Like, I know the memes, right? Like, through cultural osmosis, I know parts of Shrek. Like, and I've seen parts of Shrek. And I know all the memes. But I have never actually seen any Shrek films. Not a single one. There's a lot, like, look, there's actually a lot of things that, like, I know about it through just culture, right? But I don't know the thing itself. There's a lot like that. I guess we need to have a Shrek marathon, right? Just Shrek movie marathon night. Or actual, oh god, you know what I should do, since I'm pretty sure there were Shrek games on either the PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2, right? I need my first exposure to Shrek to be playing a shitty Shrek video game. I feel like that would probably be the best introduction to Shrek. Alright, so I need to, I know what I need to do. I have my homework. I need to look up some Shrek video games and have those prepared. I know what I must do now. But also, so okay, to be fair, I haven't seen a lot of the, so I'm gonna be honest here, like, when it comes to Disney, Pixar, etc., the last movie that I really watched was, like, the original Toy Story, which I liked, don't get me wrong, but I kinda, I don't know, like, for me, I guess it's because around that time I was getting too old for that kind of thing. you know the problem, right? Like, you get too old for it, and you're like, nah, man, that ain't cool. The kids would make fun of you for liking that baby stuff. So I just stayed away from, like, you know, animated movies and stuff for quite a while. And then as an adult, it's like, well, you know, I'd feel a little weird watching a kids movie by myself, you know? I'd feel a little weird about that. So I guess that's my excuse, right? That's my excuse. Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of people really like the PlayStation 2 Harry Potter games. I don't really know what kind of game they are though, but I've heard people really love some of them. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, times have really changed when it comes to the acceptance of that sort of thing. But you get what I mean. Like, by the time Shrek, stuff like that was coming out, like, I was in that too old, you know, I was in my edgy teen phase, right? So I couldn't be seen doing that kind of stuff anymore. So I just missed over a whole generation worth of stuff there when it comes to animated movies. PS1 Hagrid? Oh my. Does the PlayStation 1 have the polygons to render that? Yeah, I kind of figure that's what happened with Shrek. I know that the first Shrek, like, universally people tend to like it. But the later, like, the movies that came after, I think they kind of got too kidified. That's the complaints that I've heard anyway. Again, I don't know, but it's just what I've heard. And that happens with a lot of franchises. You know, they get popular and then they get a little too kid-friendly. And now adults don't want any part of it. Okay, so the second one was still considered, like, universally good then. How many Shrek movies are there? But okay, let me see. What is our... Oh, that's just a... That's just a potato. That's just a potato with a beard. Yeah, I don't know if I like PS1 Hagrid. He needs some more polygons on there. I don't know if there's any polygon potions though to fix him. God, I love refilling my MP with my weapon skill. That feels so good. Oh, it just throws a little kick on me, just enough to interrupt me. I mean, okay, so you say that. You say they tried their best, and you know, it was just the PS1. You say that, but I can think of a lot of PlayStation 1 games that, I mean, they look like, you know, I'm not a fan of early 3D, but some of them still look good. Some of them, right? Like, I don't know, Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver is a PlayStation 1 game, and yeah, they're a little rough, but they certainly had the polygons to make characters that look like characters. I mean, actually, it's been a long time since I played any licensed games. I'm trying to think if I owned any licensed games for the PlayStation 1 or... Like... Is there anything? I can't really... I can't think of any PS1 games that I owned that were like, you know, licensed franchise games. I think the thing is, after like the Super Nintendo... yeah, after the Super Nintendo, I think we all kind of figured out that licensed games weren't very good. I mean, I don't know. Then again, I did like... I mean, Cool Spot was okay. Hell... Yeah, I like Yonoid. I'll admit it. I like Yonoid. Actually, that's... You know what? We need a modern remake of Yonoid. I want a PS5 remake of Yonoid. I want gritty, hyper-realistic Noid. Okay, I guess... I mean... Domino's doesn't use the Noid anymore, so it would have to be like an unlicensed game, right? But we need it. We need hyper-realistic, Unreal 5 Yonoid. Bring it. And yeah, Burn. I mean, like, put together a list and we'll like just put it in the games channel of the Discord, and I'll try to grab some ROMs. I mean, I will get a big cardboard box and go to the local video game dealership and get some boxed cassette tapes of PlayStation 1 games. That's what I mean. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of funny because I consider the PlayStation 1 and 2 to be like, that is sort of my favorite era of video games, and I certainly played a lot of PS1 and PS2 games. But I gotta admit, I mean, maybe it's that there's so many of them, right? Like, there's a lot of PS1 games. So I'm not really as familiar with the PlayStation 1 library as I could be. There's certainly a lot of catch-up to be done. Also, hold on. I just sort of noticed. I think the link shell chat is being terrible again. Hold up. What are they talking about? Someone's trying to get laid up in here. Boot C. I love it when link shell chat turns terrible. I love it. Wait a second. Wait a second. There's a Hooters PS1 game. Wait one hot damn second. I need to download that, like, I need to go acquire legally a copy of that right after the stream. You know, I'm sure there's lots of copies of the Hooters video game on, you know, on disc just sitting around. Hooters road trip, like, okay, before I even look at anything, I want to imagine what kind of game this is. So, I feel like, okay, Hooters road trip, I feel like, okay, it's either a driving game, you know, like a racing type of game, or I feel like it would be some shitty FMV trivia game or something. I don't know why, I'm just leaning towards those two genres. But let me take a quick look. Let's see. I'm just gonna read it real quick while I'm murdering this rodent. Oh, okay, I'm leaning towards racing game. Yes, it is a racing video game. Okay. Huh. I never knew I needed a Hooters racing game. Yeah, I won't look into any of them, alright? Like, I won't look into any of them, but I will go for games that I have never heard of, and I'll just play them at random, alright? It'll be a mystery box. God, it's been a while since we did that sort of thing, but I know we do lots of these MMO chill streams, right? And then we have XCOM on the weekends. I know, we do this a lot, but look, my roots, the roots of this channel are kind of, you know, just booting up some shitty old video games and having fun, right? That's kind of the origin story, and I would like to return to form every now and then. You know, every now and then I hear the call of Quattro Adventure. So that might make for a fun day. But also, I am just kind of, you know, now that I can play PlayStation 1 and 2 games, like, now that I can easily stream them for you all, yeah, I would like to explore that library some more. Oh, I keep thinking I have my ready command. I play Beastmaster all the time, so I'm used to having access to the ready command. But nope, you don't get that. You don't get that as a slash Beastmaster. Yeah, look at that! It almost filled up my MP bar. Oh, that feels good. Also, I'm noticing that there's, you know, not just, like, look, Twitch is really bad at counting people as actually being here. We've talked about that before. Twitch is horrible about actually giving a good head count. But I'm seeing there's quite a few people in here, and only Burns chatting. Come on. Don't be shy. We're just chilling and playing FF11. We got time. I'm just sitting here grinding while waiting for a group and also possibly dying from heat stroke. It's a great time to be friendly. Which, by the way, the little temperature, like, I have a nice little like a pocket thermometer on my desk. The humidity has only gone up to 52% now, and the current temperature is 26.6 Celsius. When I started the stream earlier today, 2.5 hours ago, it was still like 25 point something Celsius. So the temperature's only climbing indoors. Well, yeah, if you're, like, obviously, if you're busy, which, hey there, Mikaral. I want to say Mikaral. I think I'm reading that correctly. Probably not pronouncing it correctly. But, yeah, I mean, you know, if you got things to do, obviously don't try to chat and drive, for example. That was, like, the worst. Like, no, don't do that. Don't do that one. But yeah, you know, just listening is cool too. I hope you're having a good time. Hope you're being entertained, even though, well, it's Final Fantasy XI. There's not really a whole lot I can do to make that more exciting. I could play random, like, Saturday morning, like early morning radio show noises. I guess I could do that, but then I'd hate myself. I'd rather not do that. It's not that kind of stream, alright? No party streamers, no whirly-wig sound or whatever, no air horns. Ah, Mike Rawl. Okay, I wanted to just say it all as one thing, but yeah, that makes sense. I guess the problem is you can't really have, yeah, you can only have one word as your name on Twitch. So unless it's like a really easy one like John Smith, 78. Unless it's an easy one like that, I tend to just try to pronounce it all as one word. Oh no, server rooms. See, I'm just thinking server... Oh man. Well, I guess server rooms would be cool, right? Like, you gotta keep those cool, I would imagine. My first thought was like, oh man, that'd be really hot, but then no, you have to cool those, right? Look, sorry, I'm just melting over here, alright? We're enjoying a nice German heat wave. Which, I am not cooking dinner tonight. Oh, good lord, no. Like, both yesterday and today, normally I love cooking. But in this heat wave, I am not turning the oven on. I am not turning the stove on. That will pretty much cook us alive in here. No, we're ordering food. 21C. I yearn for such for such cool, chilly temperatures. So outside, well, I'll check it in a second, but I'm pretty sure we've been kind of like outside in the sunlight. We've been hitting we've been bordering on and even hitting 40 Celsius. Inside, it's only just a little under 27 right now, and I have like a fan going on me. It's fucking hot, and it's 52% humidity, so it's both really hot and really humid. And it's only expected to get more humid because it's gonna storm tonight. Yeah, 40 is... we call that fucking hot. It's oh yeah, time to die now. And remember, over here, we don't have air conditioning, alright? Like, air conditioning isn't really a thing over here. There is this nice little fan, and that's it. Like, even if you go into, like, a supermarket, like your Walmart equivalent, they don't have air conditioning running. Like, there's none of that. There is no escape from the heat here. Oh, and speaking of, the wife enters. Oh. Which, don't know if I'll have to, okay, well, we also just have a bowl of rice sitting around. No, I'm starting to get hungry. Oh. Oh, okay. Though, I don't know, I'll keep myself busy and just, I'll keep going, and that I'll stave off the hunger till it's dinner time. Yeah. Alright, so I might take a rice break in a second. Also, God, that man, Raven, that's a lot to put in the... I'm trying to see what that is, like... The fuck is that, like... I have to kind of scroll and look at that on my phone, and I see you're going for something, but I'm not sure what it's hard to see what it is on my phone. It's a thing. Maybe Rabbit-like? I don't know. Hard to tell. Hard to tell. Didn't render good on my phone. Did not render good. But alright. So the wife doesn't need me to make lunch or anything. So I'll have like some rice in a little bit, which I might just eat it cold even. Honestly, probably cold rice would be good for me today. Refreshing rice. But yeah, see, this is something that I never really appreciated back, you know, back in the States. I never really appreciated just how good I had it when it came to escaping from the heat and humidity, because, you know, I'm a southerner, so it gets really fucking hot and humid. But I never had to live in it, not really. You know, I always had that nice air conditioning to escape to, and everywhere was air conditioned. So I never really had to build a tolerance to the heat and humidity. But here, yeah, here there is no escape. So, like, now I'm really having to learn to actually adapt to intense heat. And it's not great, but I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet, so it's fine. Though I do like that it is, like, the room temperature is so hot that when I pour a glass of water and then I want to drop some ice cubes into it, like, it is normal to get, like, you know, maybe just a little cracking on your ice cubes when, you know, you put it in warmer water, but, like, the room temperature water is so warm that when I put ice cubes into the glass, they just fucking explode. Like, not crack, they explode in the glass. Good times. Good times. Oh, thanks. Again, I do hope you're being entertained, even though it's just Final Fantasy XI, which, you know, I guess, I've always been a little curious, because most of the people that I've seen streaming Final Fantasy XI in any form, they tend to stream, like, they tend to sort of stream higher level stuff, you know, like they're doing some big high level thing, end game grind, raid, whatever, or a hard BCNM fight. And while I certainly would like to show some harder stuff, when I eventually unlock Summoner, I totally want to stream the Summoner solo fights. But and BCNMs when I can do them. But, like, I'm just grinding. I've kind of always wondered, you know, what is fun about just a random FF11 grind stream. I know why I play it, because it's chill. I like grinding in games in general. I find grinding to just be relaxing. Even if it gets a little intense every now and then, and you almost get murdered by a ghoul, but I don't know, it's very relaxing to me, and that's an easy setup to really just chill and talk. I guess we're bordering on just chatting, right? We're maybe on the fence of just chatting. But well, I hope there's fun to be had. Also, oh, Final Gear. Oh god, that little animated chocobo. God damn. Which reminds me, I know a lot of people love chocobo raising in Final Fantasy XI, but I think that came, like, way later on. I'm not sure with what expansion or whatever, but that was way after I quit playing the game back in the day. And I have not played on a private server that goes past Treasures of Odd-Urk. So I don't know anything about chocobo raising, or how fun or not fun it is. But I guess if Horizon is going to eventually go through all the expansions, just kind of reformat it for their server, if they're gonna do that, I guess eventually they'll have chocobo raising, right? I would love to play around with that. I mean, as long as it's a little more involved than the chocobo stuff in Final Fantasy XIV, which, I mean, that's not hard. It's not hard to be more involved than that. I mean, really, all you can do with your chocobo pal in FF14 is, I mean, you can put it in a stable and give it food to change its feather color. That's about it. So if it's more in-depth than that, bring it on. I welcome it. But I think when it comes to game systems, it's not really... I feel like FF14 is not really a high bar to surpass. As far as complexity and depth goes. You know, FF14 tends to have that really wide... Like, it's as wide as the ocean, but as shallow as a puddle. It has that issue. Oh yeah, right. I always forget about... I will admit, I always forget about the gold saucer stuff in FF14, mostly because So I did play FF14 for quite a while, and I found the gold saucer is a cool idea. I actually like triple triad. Like, there's nothing wrong with triple triad. I have no issues with that. I like me a dumb card game in my Final Fantasy. I wish we could get Tetramaster here on Horizon. God, I love Tetramaster. But, yeah, I don't think, Uh-oh, cat's meowing. Oh, okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. The cat is meowing, and the wife needs to do something, so, and I have a pet charmed. Oh, okay. I'm gonna... Quick second. I hope my pet doesn't kill me. We'll see. I will be right back. Don't panic. Alright, I'm back. The cat has been fed. It was just a bit of a thing. The wife is doing stuff with our pet lizard, and yeah. Oh god, oh god. Sure. I saw that I got a party invite, which that's just the way it goes. I always get a party invite the moment I have to go or do something, but I don't have to go. I'm good. I'm good. So, ahoy! Oh man, we're finally we're gonna get to do some grouping as a white mage. Crazy shit, huh? Alright, so, I need to go to Selbina and change my sub-job out. I kind of have that luck, like, yeah, whenever, like, whatever I'm trying to do that requires grouping up or whatever, yeah, like, I'll spend hours waiting and nothing. But then the moment I have to go or do something, or something, you know, makes me need to take a break, boom, party invite. Fortunately, I still have some time. I'm still good. I guess what I can do is I'll change my sub-job in Selbina, and I'll take a quick moment when I do that. Or actually, wait, I'll change my sub-job out, then I'll go to the party camp spot. And then I'll, like, it'll take a little bit for them to really form together, right? So I'll take that moment to just grab the bowl of rice, and yeah, I'll just have some cold rice. I'll just have me some cold rice while I'm streaming. But also, while I'm doing that, to Mike, because I kind of got interrupted a little, the gold saucer stuff in FF14, like, other than Triple Triad, I never really did much with it, and it was just because the gold saucer only deals in, like, gold saucer fun bucks, right? Like, not real gil. And to me, that, like, I just didn't really have a lot of interest in that. That's, but, like, to be fair, that is sort of a problem that a lot of the side content in FF14 has. It has the problem that the content, like, I think about the, like, one of the last things I did was the Island Sanctuary, and, you know, that's a cool idea, but it uses its own currency, its own economy, right? And not a lot of that translates to anything outside of that economy. So, honestly, when I maxed out the island the first time around, I just never really felt much compulsion to do anything more with it, because, like, yeah, I don't want, like, you know, Funland bucks, right? Give me cold hard gil that I can actually use. And oh no, don't get me wrong, there is stuff that you can do with the fun bucks, right? The problem is it's all costume related, you know, like costume, glamour, minions, mounts, stuff like that. It's not So the thing is, I do like fashion in my games, but I tend to be the type of person that once I get a look down, I don't really change it. I want my look, but once I have it, I'm done, right? And I was done. So the mounts, I didn't really care. The costume parts, none of them I really wanted. So for me, there just wasn't really much to be had there. Like, for me, it would be collecting those fun bucks for no reason. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna sub Red Mage. Oh, check my delivery box real quick. Anything in there? Oh, look at that! My coral hide sold. I kept having to drop the price. The price was tanking, so I had to sell it for whatever I could get. Alright, storage. So I am currently... Yeah, I'm gonna need MP. Well, actually, the Legionnaire Staff, I don't really need that. The wand would be better. Yeah, the wand would be better. But I will swap out my Noble Ribbon. I'll swap that out for a brass hairpin, so I have a little bit more MP. Just a little bit. And I'll use the Sandorian Ring because it actually gives one mind, which ain't bad. Well, I guess that's the thing, Mike. Like, I never really worried about that in FF14 because money has not much purpose. Like, and it's one of the reasons I eventually stopped playing is I never really felt like there was much I really wanted to even do with Gil, right? The thing is, I liked Eureka a lot because Eureka is kind of more like this, right? So I like the gameplay of it, and I did a lot of Eureka for a while. I did lots of the bunny treasure, and just hunting down like the rare items and stuff. I made like hundreds of millions of gil doing that. Like when I left the game, my character was sitting on like over 200 million gil. Like I literally didn't have anything I could spend the money on. So I think in general, I feel like the economy of FF14 is just not really... It's just not really there in general. Like like as a combat player, you know, DPS tank heal, you never really need to buy anything. Like, not really. Like, any gear that you might need, you can just do dungeons or get your weekly tokens or, you know, raid, whatever. You don't really have to buy anything. Yeah, I mean, Eureka, when I left, I left, like, around Endwalker, which, that's relatively recent. But people were still doing Eureka, and they still wanted that stuff, but, yeah, I don't know. To me, the economy of FF14, like, after I'd say, maybe Stormblood, the economy never really felt very healthy to begin with. I mean, even when 2.0 launched, like, gear was a little harder to get back then, but it was still way too common. I'd say FF14 never really had a healthy economy, like, not really. So for me, the idea of, oh no, the fun bucks might destroy the economy, like, the economy's already destroyed. There already is no economy. So, I mean, really, just let people have fun and, you know, make a currency that they can at least use wherever they want to, right? But again, that's just me. That is just me and how I look at it. Also, I think I'm going to the right spot. Am I? Yeah, I think I am. Oh, I'm the last one here. I did change my sub-job, right? Yeah, I'm white mage, red mage. Okay. Ooh, I'm level synced. Oh boy. Oh shit, I can't use my wand then, can I? Shit. Yeah, I can't use my wand. Oh, yeah, no weapon. Oh god, yeah, I have no weapon at this level sync. Alright. Yeah, I guess it's a good thing that I'm the white mage then, because, yeah, I don't really need a weapon as the white mage. I don't know, it's fine. It'll be fine, I'm sure. I'm sure everything will turn out okay. I wanted to go grab my rice, but they're already just jumping in and fucking things up. And yeah, Mike, yeah, in FF14, I think that's one of the things I really didn't like, is consumables. You don't really use consumables in FF14, except for, like, endgame savage raiding, right? Like, anything short of that, and hell, even for a lot of the savage, you don't even need consumables. Like, you don't need them, and they don't really have significant enough of an impact to really matter. Oh man, I've got an EXP buff, and I only got 75 EXP for that. Ouch. Like, I could make more EXP just, you know, soloing. Ooh, that's not great. That's not a good feel. Now, it's kind of funny, I talk about not needing consumables, but I will admit I entered this group with no food or anything, right? But, I mean, to be fair, this is the lowest of low-level grouping, and I'm a white mage, so it doesn't really matter much for me. But actually, if I had more, like, if I had thought to prepare a little bit better, I would like to have gone into this with some MP food, you know? Like, usually, even for low-level grouping as a white mage, I like to have some kind of MP food that gives me, like, 50 more MP. You know, just a nice little safety net, right? I like to, like, I have cooking leveled up a little bit, so I like to make some drinks for MP regen. If I'd been thinking about it, I would have liked to bring some things, but it's, you know, it's okay. Well, Mike, like I have done Savage in the past. I hadn't done it for a long time before I quit, but it depends on how far into the tier you are in 14. Like, I distinctly remember not needing to use any of that shit. If like you're kind of late in the tier and your gear is like, basically if you're over geared for the Savage fight, then you don't need that stuff. It just depends. And I will admit I never did like the week 1 thing, like, but by the time I did any of the Savage stuff, like, you could basically get Savage tier gear from tokens, so by that point, you didn't really need food. But again, I didn't do Savage for quite some time. You know, I haven't done it for quite some time. The last Savage I remember doing was the Final Fantasy VIII theme stuff in Shadowbringers. I did the Shadowbringers Savage stuff, and I found it to be generally fun, but yeah, you didn't really need that much for it. Oh, I'm getting a little distracted from my white mage duties. I'm hungry. I want that rice. I want my rice, but I need a good time to get up and get it. I'm not even gonna heat it up. I'm gonna eat it cold like a caveman. And yeah, I know about the workers' paradox with FF14 and raiding. Yeah, they all want you to, like, to be experienced and have done the raid already, but, you know, you can't get the experience and do the raid. So, you get caught in a loop. I know that feeling. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, the thing is, for me, what I don't like, what kind of... It's something that was always on my mind and I didn't like about FF14, but it took a long time for it to get to me. It's a couple of things. One, I don't like how the economy is really non-existent, if you think about it. Like, you get everything for free. But also, it's that you only really have to use food and potions and stuff in, like, the hardest of the hard content. And to me, that's a little backwards. Like, okay, you take this game, and admittedly, I'm not using any food or anything right now, but I'm a white mage, I can kind of get away with that. Again, preferably, I would like to have brought in some food and drinks. This was just a bit of a spontaneous party. But if I was playing anything other than white mage, like if I was playing a DPS class or a tank class, I would not enter a group without some damn good food. And maybe some potion just as a bit of a fallback, right? Like in this game, food and potions and, you know, consumables are not just for the hard fights, they're for any time, you know? And that's a good thing. It means, like, the game has a very healthy economy around items, because players always need things. I mean, even non-consumables, the game has a healthy economy. Because inventory space is so limited, you kind of have to sell your old stuff to make room for the new stuff. And then when you want to use the old stuff again, you have to buy it again, right? I'm trying, like, I am trying not to get my party killed as their healer, you know? But see, I'm already regretting that I didn't go into this a little more prepared, right? Because, yeah, like, I don't have nearly as much MP or mind as I should have. So, like, I'm about to run out of MP here. That's bad. It's real bad if I run out of MP. That's like, oh fuck, we're dead now, you know? So I'm trying to be very careful about how I spread my cures around. Okay, yeah, time to rest. But yeah, oh, burn. I don't know, I never really had much good luck with, like, FCs and stuff in FF14. Also, hold up, they're resting. 1 sec, I'm gonna go grab my bowl of rice. Okay, I'm gonna have to awkwardly eat my cold rice while I do this. I'll try not to make it a mukbang stream, or mukbang, or however you say that. And also, I have to keep these people alive. This will be tricky. This is the real savage right here. Trying to eat lunch while being healer and also streaming. But yeah, okay, I'm trying to really condense my thoughts here. I'd say my main issue with 14 and why I returned to 11 here, and the classic form of 11. It's not just the economy stuff, but it's overall. I feel like in FF14 there is such a like there's such a divide between normal gameplay. Like just normal content, normal difficulty. There is such a huge, like a chasm in terms of difficulty, challenge, just general skill, like player skill and knowledge requirement. There's, like, it feels like there's a hard divide, right? Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't always want to, like, you know, if I want to really enjoy a game and be challenged by it, I don't want to always go for the hardest of the hard content, right? Like, I did enjoy the odd Savage raid, but honestly, it was stressful, right? Because a lot has to come together to make that work. But if I just did, like, dungeons or normal mode content, it was brain dead. Like, I would fall asleep at my keyboard. And like, to me, that's not really ideal. That's not a fun way to play. It's why I like this, because while it is generally more relaxed, like, yeah, even, you know, soloing is always just a little stressful, right? When you team up in a party, yeah, like, I have to be very careful how I'm healing, or I run out of MP, or I get aggro, and either way everybody dies. So, you know, even in just normal, casual play, if you will, you have to be prepared, you have to know what you're doing. Like, you have to at least be alert, attentive, and aware of what's going on, right? And in 14, I never really felt like I needed to do that. For normal content. And normal content is mostly what I would do because, yeah, you don't always have time to organize for the harder stuff, right? I mean, to be fair, like, FF11 does have a, you know, it has a hike in difficulty and all that when you try to do, like, BCNMs or the Primivians, or, you know, like any of the more challenging content that isn't just EXP grinding. To be fair, it has those difficulty bumps. And honestly, the boss fights in this game tend to be more of a puzzle. Like, you have to go into the fights with the right items, with the right plan. Things have to fit together in even more of a way than they do in 14. But then also there's an element of RNG too. But at the same time, I never really felt like there's a huge divide in overall player ability when it comes to the hard or the normal stuff in FF11. And I like that, right? That's what I want. That's where I want my difficulty to be at. Also, hold on, I'm trying to eat some of this rice. Oh, cold rice. And yeah, no, I get it. It's just, for a long time, I really wanted to like 14. And trust me when I say I have played the fuck out of it. I maxed out all the classes. Like, for Shadowbringers at least, I maxed out all the classes, I did the Savage content. Like, I very much did everything there was to do. But I just found that the game, the overall vibe, like what the game is going for, is not really what I want in an MMO. So, it just didn't really fit. Like, for me, I don't want the normal content to just be considered like, you know, this is baby's first dungeon. You know, I don't want that, right? Like, I want normal content to have almost equally as much of a chance as murdering me as the hard content, right? Like, that's how it is here. Like, I know things seem to be going smooth, but if I fuck up on my cures, like, no, we all die, and we all lose 10% of our fucking experience. Like, yeah, you bet they're all gonna hate me if I get them killed, right? That's a lot of pressure right there, and this is the equivalent of casual gameplay, right? But I need that. Like, I need it. I need for there to be some pressure and stress in just normal gameplay, right? Like, I need for the game also to reward me for planning and preparing. Like, I went into this group very unprepared, but if I had thought to do it better, I could have brought some better gear in, I could have brought some MP food that would really make a difference, some MP refresh drinks. Like, I could have brought a lot to the team that would really make things better, like significantly. It's just this was a little spontaneous, you know, I was here in the dunes already, they invited me. This was a very spontaneous grouping. But for me, I kind of need that, you know, like I need to feel like if I really put in a lot more effort, that I will perform a lot better and get more out of my game, right? To put this in perspective, let's talk like doing a normal dungeon in Final Fantasy XIV. There's not really much you can do to make that like there's not a whole lot you can do in a dungeon or whatever in FF14 to make things go a lot faster, smoother, or to really shine, right? Like, the difference between going into a dungeon for the first time and going in for the 10,000th time, there really isn't a whole lot of difference. Like, maybe you know your rotation a little better, but ultimately there's not a lot you can do to really push it to the limit, right? It's not like this game where the difference between a player who has, you know, no food, bad gear, etc., like, you might be looking at literally double the difference, right? Like a DPS that is bare minimum versus a DPS that has like the best of everything and the best consumables and all of that and knows how to play. Like, you might be looking at like literally 2 times the damage, right? Like, you can't do that in 14. Like, in 14 there is a very hard limit on just what you can do. And to me, the problem with that is it never really felt like I was being rewarded for trying harder, right? Like, okay, I bring in some food, I really know my rotation and all that, but really, it doesn't matter that much. Not really, for most of the content in the game. And that's kind of the issue I had. And I get it, like I think literally that is what they were going for. I think they wanted to avoid making another Final Fantasy XI. Like, they didn't want another game where the difference between a poor, unskilled player is so massive, you know, and like a high-end, well-geared, knows-everything player. I think they wanted to make the difference very minimal, for accessibility reasons. And I get that, and obviously many more people play Final Fantasy XIV than 11, so clearly it works, but it's just not the kind of game I really like long-term. You know, it's fun. It was fun to play through. You know, I had a blast the first time around, but it's not really something I consider worth my time long term. That's just kind of, you know, yeah. It's mostly, like, again, I am sure there are, you know, there's little things you can do, but I mean, the difference between, and like, we're not just talking skill or anything, but like literally just things you can like do to push more efficiency. In 11, it's crazy. Again, like a poorly geared and no consumables DPS. I have seen, like, say, two samurais, right? And side by side, like, one of them will be hitting for 20 damage a swing, and the other will be hitting for like 60 to a fucking 100 a swing, right? Like, that's not, oh, that's a nice little boost. No, that guy is a fucking Terminator, and the other guy is like swinging around a wooden sword, right? You don't get that in 14. Like, I don't care what you say, like, you don't get that, and that's fine. That's what they're going for. They want accessibility. They want an even playing field for the most part, and that's cool. But for me, I always felt like I always wanted to push more out of whatever class I was playing, and the game never really gave me the tools to do that. You know, that's the thing. Like in 11, if I really want to, and if I want to just blow through all my fucking money, I can do crazy things with Ninja, for example. Ninja's a really good example. The difference between a ninja that doesn't buy ninjutsu powders and a ninja that does, oh my god, it's like a whole different class. It is like an entirely different class. And yeah, like, I think each, like, you know, it's different kinds of games for different play styles. For me, this is more what I like, so that's why I'm playing it instead of 14. It's just, with 14, I hit a point where I realized, like, I am not enjoying this. It's, you know, I'm not having fun with it. And, yeah, I'm gonna play something else, right? Rather than just continue to play and just bitch about it all the time. I think that's healthier, right? But it's not to say that I just want a game that, like, lets you break it and be unfair, or that creates a really huge difference between players that can't be overcome or something. I mean, another game I really like is City of Heroes, right? And, I mean, in City of Heroes, the difference between, like, a player with no enhancements or minimal enhancements, and a player that is tricked out with the, you know, like, all the best set bonuses and whatever, the difference is insane. Like, one guy will be struggling with a solo mission, and the other guy will be just breezing through a mission designed for a team of 8 players, right? But the thing is, with City of Heroes, they don't make it especially hard to, like, to get to that point, and they let you literally change the difficulty of the game. Like, City of Heroes is one of the rare MMOs that I've ever played that has a difficulty slider. One of the very few. So I'd say that's, to me, that's more of a balance, right? That's a little more of a balance of accessibility and letting people really shine if they put in the effort. But, you know, it's just how I like it, right? Just how I like it. Oh god, I hate that. Like, that's something that I would hear a lot, is people say, like, no, look, you know, just take a break if you're not enjoying the game. But see, I would counter with this, right? If you're not having fun with the game, examine why you're not having fun with it. Now, do that, and then ask yourself, if I come back in, I don't know, 6 months or whatever, is anything going to have changed about that situation? Like, if my problem is that I don't like the core build of the game and how it plays and the systems of it, is that gonna change in 6 months? The answer is probably not, right? So that's kind of my retort to that when people would bust it out, is, okay, what, like, is that going to, here's my problem, is that gonna change in 6 months? And the answer was no, so I stopped playing. For some people, the whole take a break thing works, but to me, I look at that as being a bit of a cop-out. And yeah, I guess they don't want you to be burned out, but okay, look, this is a whole other rant, and I'm gonna take a few more bites of my rice, alright? I'm very hungry, actually. Well, yeah, I think, so here's the thing, when it comes to playing and how much you play, the funny thing is, I never really experienced that sort of burnout with older MMOs. Which is kind of weird, right? Because in games like this, there's absolutely no limiters on what you can do. Like, you know, if you want to raid all day, every day, you can just do that and get the rewards for it, if you feel like it, right? If you want to waste your life like that, you can do it. But the thing is, I never really felt, I have honestly never really felt burnout with games like this. But in FF14, I felt burnout a lot. I felt it a lot because they would do that whole weekly thing, right? Like your daily roulettes, your weekly roulettes. Like I always felt like I had, like whether I wanted to play that week or not, I had to get my weekly tokens in, right? Or else I'd be behind, and you know, you literally can't make it up the next week. I know this is a little weird, right? Because I think most people have the opposite experience, but for me, I look at it like this. With FF11 here, like there's certainly content I want to do, and hey, I love grinding and farming and all that. And sometimes I will play the game hardcore for like 1 or 2 weeks at a time, right? But then I'll take a week's break, right? You know, like I just won't do anything the next week. I literally won't log in for a week or two, right? But then I'll get back in and I'll make up the difference, right? And for me, that, honestly, that is a better way to avoid burnout, right? Because like when I'm really in the mood to play, I can play as much as I want and I can make up the lost time. But if I don't feel like playing for a week or two, a month, whatever, I don't have to. Like, I'm not missing out on my, like, there's no weekly tokens or anything that I'm missing out on, you know? I don't know if it makes sense, because I know a lot of people, they don't really get my argument on that, or they have the opposite experience, but at least for me, that's kind of just how I've always felt. Also, this guy he's just outside of my cure range. I kept trying to heal him, and there we go. Sweet. Shovel some more rice in my face while I wait. I'm trying to eat this rice, this cold rice. And you know what? Cold rice ain't half bad. It ain't half bad. Although there's a large bowl and I'm not even halfway through it. Oh. But yeah, for me, yeah, any sort of concept of, and hold up, I gotta pop my EXP ring again. But yeah, any sort of idea around daily or weekly tokens, login counters, whatever. Don't anger the boss. But no, I was just saying that for me, I feel burnout less in older games where they don't have daily or weekly tokens or login rewards or whatever. You know, the stuff FF14 has, right? It's one of the things that really contributed to the burnout factor for me in FF14. Like, whether you're doing casual, normal content or you're doing the Savage stuff, there's, like, weekly limiters on everything, right? Like, when it comes to normal stuff in FF14, like, I would always feel kind of pressured to play when I don't want to play, because I have to get those weekly tokens. If I don't, I'll be behind, and I can't make it up, right? Same goes for Savage loot drops. Like, that was a big contributor to the burnout for me. Aside from not enjoying the core gameplay, right? Aside from that, it felt more burnout-y. Which is kind of funny because I never felt that in older games. And what you missed is I said that, like, in a game like this, I can hardcore grind to make up for lost time, right? If I want to. You know, and often this is how it goes for me in games. Like, I'll get really focused on playing a game for maybe a week to a month, and then I'll lose interest, and, you know, I want to take a week to a month break, and then I want to come back. And with 14, I never felt like I could do that, because I'd be missing out on those weekly tokens. I wouldn't be able to make them up. You know, there's no catch-up. So it was a little stressful, right? But with this, like, let's say, I don't know, my goal is to make enough money to buy a certain expensive rare item, right? If I grind hardcore for like a week, two, whatever, and then, I don't know, I don't want to play for a whole week, I can just do that. And then when I come back, I can just grind as much as I want to kind of make up time, right? Like, I might do a real long, intense grind session on the weekend or something. You know, like, because there's no limiters, there's no, like, weekly caps or anything like that, I always feel like I can just make it up, like, I can make the difference up if I want to, right? So I don't feel that weekly compulsion to play when I don't really want to play. That was all my point was. Oh, they gotta bring the lizard over there. Yeah, a lizard spawned here. And if they brought it here, they'd just get us killed. Also, I need to stay. I need to find a good place to stand. I'm chewing on my rice. But yeah, I don't know. For me, I generally hate any sort of daily, weekly lockout, or with 14 it was like, you know, you get like what, 450 tokens of some kind, and you only can get 450 a week. You can get no more than that. So you, like, let's say you miss a week, you're permanently 450 tokens behind. Permanently. Well, until the next major patch, right? But the major patches are like, there's several months between each other. So you're gonna be behind for a while, you know? I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, I love Final Fantasy XI, but I've never been higher than level 60. My highest on this server is 55, and it's because the game gets a lot more, like, it gets a lot harder as you go up, and you need more help to do things. Like, dear God, the Limit Break quest to actually even be able to level up higher than 60, that Limit Break quest is fucking intense. Like, I'm not looking forward to doing it. And I think about the Prometheans, right? I really want to do the Prometheans, but you need a full group of players to do that, and it's hard. Like, it's actually really fucking hard. And it costs a lot of money too. Like, I was doing one of the Prometheans like during the weekend, and Promethean Mia, and we got through the Promethean, and we got to the boss at the end, and for that fight you need, like, there's some items you need, and they cost about 30,000 gil-ish if you don't farm for them yourself. So, like, every single player needs about 30,000 gil worth of, like, consumed items for the fight. And we used them, and we still lost. So, 30,000 gil times 6. We lost that much money attempting the fight. Yeah, like, it gets hard. Like, this game gets fucking hard as you get into it, but I love it all the same. That said, I never really felt I never felt a huge, like, compulsion to get to quote-unquote end game. For me, the game is fun all the way up. And yeah, like, the thing about a lot of the hard fights in this game is they require prep work, and it's what I like about them. Like, for most of the boss fights in the game, it's not like if you go into a boss fight in this game with no consumables, you will lose. Like, you will. The way this game is designed is, like, you have to bring your A game, you've got to bring the correct consumables, and for some fights, consumables are even part of the mechanics of the fight. So, like, you need money to do these fights. So, it's good for the economy. Like, it's really good for the economy of the game. But also, it means you have to really, like, you can't just blindly go in. You have to prepare, you know? And that's what I like about it. But I think, like, this is kind of a difference for me, is, like, a lot of people that like 14, they talk about, oh, it's the only one I wanted to get to end game. But for me, I think that's the wrong way to look at it, because I'm going to talk about some of my favorite MMOs. This, EverQuest, Anarchy Online, the granddaddy MMOs, right? And here's the thing, I never got to end game max level in any of those games, not even close. The thing is, I still played them for years, and I loved every single moment of it. And to me, what that says is that the core gameplay of a lot of these games, at least for me, the core gameplay is so good and rewarding and fun that I don't need to get to end game, right? Like, end game doesn't matter for me. Like, this is the end game, right? This right here is my end game. Just, you know, partying up with people and doing stuff. Because that is fun. For me, in Final Fantasy XIV, I'll admit, I didn't really enjoy the game at all until I got to endgame, and I did Savage, and I'm like, oh, you know, extreme fights. Oh, I actually really like the early extreme fights. Like, I actually played FF14 when it first came out, and the first run of extreme fights, like, you know, Titan, Garuda, Ifrit, like, they were really fun back in the day. But you see what I mean, like, I only had fun with the game at the end game. The rest, like the other 90% of the game, was not fun to me. I hated it. Like, I was just pushing through it to get to that more difficult, challenging, and rewarding end game. And a lot of modern MMOs, that's kind of how they operate. I think a lot of MMOs nowadays, they sort of backload the fun to end game, but the way that older MMOs tended to do it is honestly the core gameplay is the same whether you're level 1 or you're max level. The core gameplay does not really change. Like they let you do all the things in the game at all levels. Like you're not just kind of twiddling your thumbs waiting for the end game to come, right? Also just catching up again. I was trying to find that rice bowl, trying to keep the party alive. Oh. And oh yeah, I did play Lineage 2. The PvP is what chased me away from that one. I'm not a PvP, alright? I don't have a PvP bone in my body. But I like the idea of Lineage 2, it's just, yeah, the PvP, not my thing. But also, if you want a good real quick example of how just nuts FF11 gets with spending gil in casual content. So if you're a ninja, ninja's one of the bigger offenders on this. If you're a ninja, like any spell you cast requires your ninjutsu powders, right? And there's multiple ninjutsu powders for each of the spell types, right? So a ninja that doesn't use any ninja powders is going to be a lot weaker than one that does. You want to use them for maximum efficiency. But the thing is, a lot of those powders, at least on this server, last I checked, they tend to go for more or less like 10k for a stack. And I think there's like, there's several, there's at least like 8, 9, maybe 10 different, like let's rough ballpark it and say there's like a nice even 10 different types of powders. So getting a stack of all of them is gonna like set you back about 100k. And remember, in a single group, like in a single EXP grinding group, you're probably gonna go through multiple stacks of these powders. So like you might enter a group and then leave it like 300k poorer, right? So like this is a game where yeah, you can blow a lot of money on consumable items and stuff like that. Oh no, yeah, like you yeah, a lot of people go Alchemist. Like Alchemist is the main one, I think, that makes ninjutsu stuff. Alchemist, maybe Woodworker. But yeah, they're like a lot of people go up that just to make ninjutsu powders, and it's actually pretty profitable too, if you really go all in on it. But it's the same for Rangers. So Rangers, you know, they primarily use a bow and arrow, right? Well, yeah, every arrow that you shoot costs money because, you know, they're items. It's not like FF14 where you're just pulling magic arrows out of your ass. Like arrows are physical items in the game world that you need to have. So every shot is one arrow. And there's multiple tiers of arrow. Like, you know, if you want to be a cheap lazy ranger, you could just buy wooden arrows they're very cheap. You don't really worry about money with that. But you know, there's iron arrows, there's many different tiers of arrow, to the point where there's like god killer arrows that, like, oh, you shoot something with this, oh, it just dies, right? That'll be 1 million gil a shot. But yeah, there's a lot of classes in this game that are more gil intensive than others, but it's one of those things where it really pays to really get into crafting. Crafting in this game is very worth your time. Yeah, most people that go Ranger, they cheap it out and they just use like wooden or iron arrows. And honestly, most groups, like, for casual content like this, most groups are fine with you just using the shitty arrows. But, like, for example, if you're gonna do hard content, like a real boss fight, you would not go into that with your shitty arrows. You would bring your A game. Which, a lot of this game, and this is part of the strategy of it, right? A lot of the strategy of this game is determining, like, risk versus reward, return on interest, like, or, you know, return on investment. A lot of this game is sort of determining what your threshold is, right? Like, yeah, as a ninja, you could spend 300,000 gil to be the best you can be in a casual EXP grinding party. You could do that, but would that really be worth the money, right? Probably not. So part of the strategy of the game is kind of determining what your limits are on that, how balls deep you want to go, and when. And I kind of like that. Like honestly, that's, to me, that is a whole additional layer of gameplay. Like, I know some people, well, a lot of people I've talked to, they don't like the idea of needing to like physically have arrows or bolts for their bows and arrows and stuff in games. Like, they want the game to just handle that for them, right? But the thing is, when you have to worry about, you know, ammunition, well, that brings up all kinds of gameplay challenges, right? Interesting gameplay challenges, like, well, what type of arrows do I want to use? What arrow is the best for this situation? How many arrows should I bring, since that's inventory space, right? Like, you don't want to take your whole inventory up with arrows, right? Like, it presents all new gameplay challenges that would not be there if you didn't have to worry about physically having arrows, right? And for me, that's, I don't know, that's just a net positive. But I get why a lot of people don't like that. I do get it. Oh yay, level up. I will do my level up dance. An elegant waltz. And trying to get this rice down. Yeah, I mean, for me, it kind of depends on like what kind of game I'm playing, you know. Like if I'm playing like a fast-paced, frenetic action game, I don't want to have to worry about, you know, buying every arrow, right? But if I'm playing a more slow, thinking man's game, right? that's all about being prepared and kind of approaching things with some level of care, then yeah, I want arrows. I want to think about it. It just depends. Like it depends on what kind of game I'm playing. Man, this group is, I like this group. They're very easy to heal. I've been in a lot of Valkurm Dunes groups that, like, they don't, they just fucking die. Also, man, I never knew how much I liked cold rice. I thought it would taste terrible, but no, it's fine. Although we are gonna, I mean, this is just sort of so I don't like get super hungry. But we are gonna order food later. I want me some doner kebab. Ugh. Or no, this time I'm going for, oh yeah, mozzarella, like schnitzel with mozzarella baked on top of it. So like a mix between schnitzel and lasagna. And they serve that with fries too. Like a goddamn schnitzel lasagna with fries. The funny thing is, that's not fancy at all. Like that is very fast food here. That is super fast food. I mean, honestly, like this is something I still find so crazy. Is like the McDonald's food costs more here than the like what I would consider to be the nicer, more filling fast food. I think it's got to be like the name brand. That's what makes the McDonald's food so expensive. Well, see, when we, so, I mean, food, like, okay, so, to be fair, food in general is more expensive in Europe, but, like, when we order food for 2 people, it's generally about 30 euros, which, I don't know, 30 euros is, like, in American dollars, that'd be kind of close, it'd be, like, close to around 35 American dollars, but that's, like, pretty standard here for fast food. Fast food in general is way more expensive here. But like the McDonald's stuff, like no, if you wanted the McDonald's stuff, you'd be paying even more for similar items. But to be fair, okay, I do like to get a little fancy with burgers. So like a nice burger, which I only found out later that the burgers that we generally get from fast food places here would be considered like specialty gourmet burgers in the US, which I'd never had that kind of burger in the US. We were McDonald's kind of people. But apparently our gourmet burgers here, like our huge gourmet burgers, they're about like 6.5 to 7 euros. The real nice ones are over 10 euros. But the ones we get are like 6 to 7 euros. From McDonald's, you'd be paying like $7.50 at a minimum. And that's for a McDonald's burger, which they are shitty everywhere. They're like cardboard no matter where in the world you go. That's quite a difference in quality and price, if you ask me. Yeah, there's more local places. Like, you kind of... I think that's another thing. you sort of have to go out of your way to get like McDonald's or whatever here. Like there's one McDonald's in the city near us, and that's it. But there are dozens of bakeries, butchers, small fast food place. Like honestly, chain restaurants are a lot less common here. They're actually kind of the rare thing compared to just local places. Yeah, I don't know what it is, like McDonald's stuff, I remember it being dirt cheap when I was younger. Like, I haven't had McDonald's in a very long time. I tried it once here, just to confirm that it was just as bad. But, like when I was, when I was younger, which I'm 35, but yeah, when I was younger, like, McDonald's was the cheap option. But now, and especially over here, compared to the other options we have, and there's a lot of other options, McDonald's is like one of the more expensive choices you could go with. Yeah, I think it's the branding thing, and there's a bit of a weird relationship with McDonald's and people over here. Like, I think one of the things is McDonald's is kind of looked at as a bit of a symbol, if you will. Like, this is our Western culture, the Big Mac. And I think people give it a little more reverence than even in the United States. Which means you can charge more money for inferior goods. That said, German KFC is the best KFC I've ever fucking had. It's also really expensive. Like, the KFC is even more expensive than the McDonald's, but admittedly, to be fair, it's pretty good. That said, I could get just as good of a chicken from anywhere else, so it's still not really worth it. It's always strange to me how KFC is very popular in Japan. Like, that's not one I would have figured, right? But here, like, I was surprised that, like, oh god, I shouldn't have thrown that cure 2 so quick. Oh no, he wasn't in combat. But yeah, like, here, man, Germans love them some KFC. There's many more KFCs than there are McDonald's. I don't have any metrics, but it feels like KFC is more popular than McDonald's here. And I mean, their food is better, so that makes sense, right? And yeah, I have heard of like the weird Christmas connection with Japanese KFC, which again, extra weird, but oh, I should really rest my MP up. See, I'm letting my MP slip. Alright, I'll do my best to heal these guys. And then take an MP break. But yeah, I generally, so like, I had like a little bit of a phase where, you know, I wanted to try out like, oh, German McDonald's, German Burger King, KFC. You know, I had a little phase where I wanted to try all that out. But I quickly found that, well, yeah, they are a little better here. A, they're way too expensive for what they are compared to the many other better options. And B, I kind of learned that I don't really like McDonald's or Burger King, or I don't really like them. Like, compared to the much better fast food that I've had here, that feels much more unique, and it's just local restaurants. Like, I have come to realize that the only reason I ever really liked McDonald's or anything was because it was there, right? It was there and it was cheap, and I grew up on it, but other than that, I don't really like it that much. I will admit the dipping sauces are pretty good, okay? If I could just have the dipping sauces from well, not just McDonald's, but like, I remember Taco Bell had some good sauces too. I think Taco Bell actually does sell their sauces though, right? I don't know about other restaurants, like other fast foods. But I know you can just buy like Taco Bell sauce. But yeah, like I'd take the sauces. I'd buy those. Yeah, like like the sauces are pretty good. I'll give them that. But the actual food, not so much. At least for me. And yeah, but yeah. So the thing is, right? Like these were places that I would only eat at because they were there. I grew up on it, and they were cheap as dirt. But none of those things are really true anymore because there's better options, closer and better than McDonald's or whatever here. You know, there's cheaper options, and also, again, all new tastes, better. I don't have to go back to it. So I am kind of learning that I maybe never really liked McDonald's or anything. I maybe never liked it. I always feel like I maybe come off as a little, I don't know, like a little food pretentious. And I try not to be. It's like we really don't eat fancy. We eat very, very middle class here. And if the wife would let me, I'd eat even lower class, because, man, German junk food's pretty awesome. But, like, look, I grew up in a very bad area for food in the US, and like I was raised eating trash, okay? And a lot of it I kind of find now that I never really liked it. It was just what I had at the time, and it was cheap. Uh-oh, gotta keep this Taru alive. I mean, to be fair, this little Taru, he's doing pretty good. He's not face planting immediately like most of them do. Oh god, the gummy bear. You know, okay, look, I've never been a fan of gummy bears, alright? I don't know, I've never really liked gummy bears. I like, sour gummy worms and stuff like that, but I've never liked gummy bears. But the great thing is there are a lot of options for gummies here. Like, one of my favorite gummies is, Haribo strawberries, which, they're made with like an almost marshmallow texture gummy, and they're covered in just a thin layer of sugar and citric acid, so they're nice and sour. And oh, they chew so good. I love them. I can, like, whenever I buy a bag of Haribo strawberries, I pretty much eat them all immediately. And yes, I get sick immediately, but they're that good. But I wouldn't really consider those to be gummy bears, right? Like, gummy bears are a very specific thing, right? Never really liked gummy bears. They're too plain for me, I don't know. but I mean, generally I try to cook my own food, you know. I have gotten good at cooking, so I try to do that. It's just sometimes, you know, you don't have the energy, or right now, the issue right now is that we're in a heat wave, and whenever I turn on the stove or the oven, it just makes the whole house turn into an oven. Like, the house becomes the oven. And, like, with a fan on me, I feel half dead. Like, right now, I feel half dead. So we're ordering out because we like not cooking alive. But normally I try to make home food, you know. Oh yeah, like the first place that we lived at, the first place we lived here was a tiny, it was a little kind of, not really an apartment. It was basically the wife's grandparents' house. And they had just a whole floor on like a rooftop floor, and it was separated to be like its own apartment, right? But it was part of one single house, and we lived there for like a good two or so years before we moved to this place where you have a little more room. But it was oh man, it was nice and small, and I actually kind of liked it. It was cozy. But because it was under the roof, like in the kitchen, the ceiling was slanted because it was right under the roof. So like if you kind of weren't paying attention, you could walk into the roof, like just bump your head on the roof. It wasn't an ideal kitchen, I'll say that. And here, I mean, technically this is an apartment too. Like, we're part of a complex, but like it's, you know, it's like everyone is on the ground floor, and then you have like 3 vertical floors, right? So we have 3 floors of space, and then a front yard and a backyard, a tiny one, a garden more so. But I like it. I like the arrangement here. It's very cozy, just right. Oh, hey, look. Oh no, look, the party dissolved. They're not getting enough EXP. The XP is not good enough for them. I mean, I will be honest, I could probably level up faster solo because I have Beastmaster. But it's fine. So I got up to level 24. That's not bad. That ain't bad at all. I'll go ahead and put Sneak on myself and go back to Selbina, I guess. I was still level synced. I see. Well, I guess back to Selbina. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Even at the really tiny place, we did still have a full kitchen still. Which, no, we don't have a microwave. We have no microwave. Haven't had one since I've been living here. And you know what? I don't really miss it very much. I kind of like not having a microwave. No lazy for me. I mean, it has taught me, like, I have learned now how to do things without a microwave. I've gotten a lot better at cooking. And also I've learned techniques to, like, you know, to reheat food in an oven, right? Wait, why did that aggro me? Oh, right, my HP is low. That's why it aggroed me. That would be why. Okay, let me throw down a Cure 3. Might have to Benediction myself. We'll see. Do I have a bind spell? Like something to just root it in place so it can't chase me? I do. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that'll keep it from whacking on me as I try to get away. I don't need a skeleton spanking me as I'm running away. And yeah, like, I mean, a microwave is good for reheating. But for water, like, we have a kettle, right? We have a little hot water kettle that, you know, with its own little burner, and it heats water up real fast. So we use that for heating water. And then when it comes to reheating food, I mean, I have learned that if you just put, like, yeah, if you just put food in, like, the oven on a low heat for a few minutes, like, yeah, that pretty much heats it up like a, you know, it's a similar effect to a microwave. It just takes longer. But I've learned how to reheat food in oven without burning it. So the idea of a hot water kettle, like, it was kind of mind-blowing to me when I first discovered that. You know, when the wife was like, "Here, we use this. You don't boil the water on the stovetop." It was a little mind-blowing because at least for me, hot water, like water kettles just aren't really a thing in the US, at least not where I was from. But I totally get it. Like, yeah, no, it heats up water real fast. It's much more energy efficient. Like, no, it's great. Yeah, it's an electric kettle. Heats that water real good. But, like, the way that I was doing it before is, yeah, like, I would, you know, if I wanted hot water, I would just, like, I'd just put water from the tap into a pot and boil it on the stovetop, but that's a lot less efficient. Like, a lot less. Alright, let me change job back to Beastmaster Secondary. Do I have a lower level, like, wand or something? I don't think I do. I don't. Well, I guess the Legionnaire staff, I'll have to use that. Do I have more space? I do have a little more space in my Mog wardrobe, but I don't really have that much space to go around. So yeah, I'll just keep that like it is. Oh, I got almost a stack of lizard tails. I don't know if they're worth anything, but that's cool. Lots of good crystals. I'll hold on to them till I can sell them. I think Sandoria owns the dunes. Yes, it does. So I guess I can get Signet back at the outpost. So let me see if I can just get rid of some of this excess stuff. But I guess, I don't know, that was a good little run of a group, right? It's a little bit of a shame that it fell apart, but that was a good run. A good run. And I did get some levels, right? So this hare meat, I'm gonna hold on to it because hare meat is unusually overvalued right now. Like, I don't know why hare meat is worth so goddamn much money, but it is. It's just uncanny. I don't get it. I can re-equip my, no, not the Legionnaire staff. The U-Wand +1. And my shield. There we go. And then get the Hope Ring on, get the Noble Ribbon on. Okay. All good. I'm solo ready again. Yeah, I mean, I haven't checked it in a little while, but like the last time I checked, hair meat was selling between 5 and 6,000 gil for a full stack. And you can get these from killing level 1 rabbits outside of Sandoria. I don't understand it. Like it's I don't yeah, a full stack is 12. Like that's not hard to get. Like I can get 12. Like okay, if I really wanted to like farm hair meat, I could equip Thief as my sub job for Treasure Hunter, so I get more loot. And I could rack up a stack of hair meat in like 5 minutes outside of town. I don't understand why they're selling for so much. I don't like there's nothing about hair meat that is valuable. I don't get what is happening with the economy. But I guess either way, it's easy money when you're a fairly new player. Yeah, it's probably for cooking, I would imagine. Yeah, you can make some things out of hair meat, so I guess if you're trying to like power level cooking, then yeah, it's useful for that, I guess. I don't think it makes any Beastmaster pet stuff. Some of the cooking ingredients do make Beastmaster pets, but I don't think hair meat is one of those. I think it's just for food in general. I'd have to look up what the recipes on that are. Which also, I guess I didn't ask. I didn't ask, but because I guess some people tune in just to tune in, but I don't know, how deep in FF11 are you? I mean, for me, I played a lot back in the day when FF11 first came out, but yeah, then other games came along and I just dropped off, and I've only in more recent years gotten back into playing it, and only playing on private servers, running old versions of the game. I guess 2010 wouldn't have been too bad in retail. I know that like modern day retail is like, it is a completely different game than this. It's changed so much. Like, I don't think I'd really like retail very much. It's kind of an FF14 situation. Like FF14 changed so much between 1.0 and 2.0, and then it changed even more after that. But yeah, like with FF11, I don't think I would have fun with it anymore on retail. No, okay, I'll give you that 1.0 was pretty jank. I'll give you that one. However, technical stuff aside, ooh, kind of choked a bit. It's hot. Aside from the technical stuff, I found the gameplay of 1.0 to be really enjoyable. Like, I really liked how crafting and everything worked. I liked the overall immersion of the game. Like, it felt more in tune with like a, I don't know, Ultima Online or something like that, but with a Final Fantasy skin. I was really down for it. What I didn't like about 1.0, oh hey look, a Dragoon with their dragon. Nice. But yeah, what I didn't like about 1.0 was how technically buggy it was. It had a lot of issues. There were a lot of server issues too, and if I remember correctly, it had the same problem that FF11 had, which is there were only Japanese servers. So with FF11, latency isn't that bad of a problem, because this is a slower paced game designed for dial-up and all that. But in 14, you really fucking felt it, because that is a more action game. Yeah, I mean, I get why, and honestly, it is for the better. Like, look, even though I don't like Final Fantasy XIV, I do think that it was a good move to make it more different than 11. Because, look, FF11, it may not have that many players anymore, but it's still going on retail. And, I mean, clearly, a lot of people have quite a bit of love for this game, because they keep running private servers of it and trying to make it better, right? So 11 has, you know, 11 has its audience, and there are certainly people who are new to FF11 getting into it still. Like, I think there's a type of player that can enjoy this game even in current age, but I think it was a good thing to make 14 a different game. Like, in 1.0, it was basically just FF11 with better graphics and slightly different gameplay. And for a lot of FF11 players, you know, they kind of wanted that. But they have FF11, you know? They have a game that they've been playing for years. A lot of them, I don't think, would want to just, you know, abandon that, right? And for everyone else, well, FF11, you know, that style of gameplay would come off very archaic, right? So I do think it was good for them to change it, even if I don't personally like the change. Yeah, like, I think really it was a very good move, because, I mean, think about it. If they didn't do that, if they didn't change it, then one company would essentially be running competing products, right? Like, that's not good. And actually, that's sort of the problem that EverQuest had. Like, I don't know. Look, I used to love EverQuest, and then EverQuest 2 came out, and EverQuest 2, gameplay-wise, it did try to differentiate itself from the original, but not as much. Like, honestly, EverQuest and EverQuest 2, in terms of just raw gameplay, they are much more similar than even, like, FF11 and 14. And it created a huge rift in the community. And the thing is, EverQuest 2 had the unfortunate problem of coming out just a few months before World of Warcraft. And what EverQuest 2 was doing was basically saying, hey, you love EverQuest, right? Well, here's EverQuest, but it's more accessible. And literally, that's what World of Warcraft is. So it had the misfortune of just really bad timing, and also making a game that was way too similar to their previous game, you know? Like, I don't even blame... I used to blame WoW, but I don't really blame WoW for killing EverQuest. It's more that, like, EverQuest killed EverQuest. Like, making EverQuest 2, and don't get me wrong, I actually really liked EverQuest 2. I thought it was a very fun game. But making a sequel to their MMO that really only appeals to people who liked the original, all that did was split the fan base. So basically, people left EverQuest 1 for EverQuest 2, but EverQuest 2 never really got any more popular than EverQuest, so you were kind of just splitting one community across two different games, and that didn't really go anywhere, you know? That was just bad for the game overall. I'm gonna try to charm one of these sheep. Gonna go ahead and pop an EXP ring. I'm not gonna go too much longer, but get a little more in. Get a little more in there. But yeah, I think honestly, while I used to blame World of Warcraft for the fate of EverQuest, although, I mean, hey, technically, EverQuest, both 1 and 2, are still going, but, it's really just that it was bad. Like, EverQuest 2 had bad timing, EverQuest 2 was also not different enough from EverQuest 1 to really bring in a new crowd. So really, you know, EverQuest kind of just killed itself there. And World of Warcraft, look, it had a big name behind it, it had big money behind it, huge marketing budget, like, WoW was kind of set up to succeed. But I can't really... I used to blame World of Warcraft for everything, and it is certainly to blame for killing a lot of MMOs prematurely, but I can't really say that it hurt EverQuest as much as I would like to think it did. EverQuest had been kind of stumbling for quite a while. Alright, so let's see, I pop my EXP ring, let me swap that out to my Hope ring. Alright, let's see if I can charm this thing. Ooh, wait, before I do that, maybe buff up first. That said, I purposefully avoided playing World of Warcraft for so goddamn long. I only played it for the first time on, you know, Turtle WoW, right? Which is sort of a custom vanilla version of World of Warcraft. But hey, I like that. It was fun. It's a good game when I don't have to worry about Blizzard. Alright, let's see. Let me use... yeah. I think it's a good idea to get those buffs on. And now let's try it. Brutal Sheep, I choose you! Okay, now let's go for a dangerous enemy. It's a Goblin Leecher. You know you've made it in the dunes when you can finally kill these goddamn goblins. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't really have a good baseline for World of Warcraft, but the first time I ever touched it was Turtle WoW, and they are a very custom server that, like, their whole idea is they take vanilla, unexpansion, you know, no expansion pack WoW, and they're kind of trying to keep a classic vibe, but they're making their own expansions and their own lore. Like, they're kind of... the idea is they're taking the game in a different direction. And they have a very, very active community and administration, and I have really liked my time playing on that server. I need to play on it some more. But, like, I don't know, that was I guess what that told me is that there is fun to be had with World of Warcraft, certainly. But I don't know. I was, you know, my first MMOs were Ultima and then EverQuest, and so that's sort of my baseline for what I want in that type of game. Which I know is super archaic by modern standards, but that's just what I like. And fortunately, there's a lot of people that also like that kind of thing, both old and new. And it always delights me when there's people who, like, didn't grow up with these games and they can find that they really enjoy them on private servers and stuff. I love that. Brings a twinkle to my eye. Oh, this goblin's about to kill my sheep. Oh, there it goes. Banish! Yeah, 129 EXP, it ain't bad. I'd say sheeps are good for charming, too. And yeah, I kind of have that issue with World of Warcraft. Like, the thing is, graphics have never been like a deal breaker for me, for the most part, as long as you have graphics. Like, as long as we're not talking like, you know, Dwarf Fortress in ASCII symbols, right? Like, as long as as there's some graphics. I've never been picky. I actually find a lot of charm in the very early, like, PC graphics, but for me, It's the style of World of Warcraft. I really hate the style of World of Warcraft. But at a certain point, I sort of got used to it playing on Turtle WoW. You know, like at a certain point, you just give in and you accept it. You know, you kind of have to, right? Alright, I'm trying my hand at fighting slightly harder enemies here. Seeing how that works out for me. But I don't know, when it comes to MMOs, I still, like, yeah, FF11, even though I never got that far with it, it has such a special place in my heart, and I'm not even sure why, but something about its gameplay, its look and feel, it's always been very, very iconic to me. Stands out in my memory. Although, really, I probably played EverQuest and EverQuest 2 more. But this is the one I go back to, right? And then I'd say for like for like my favorite MMO of all time, that would probably be City of Heroes, which I actively play on the Homecoming private server, right? Because there is no live server anymore. RIP City of Heroes, but it's in good hands now. I'm happy about that. I guess, you know, again, I may not like it, but FF14 is a good, solid, quality MMO. You know, it is. Oh, 11 then. Ah. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of find that whatever MMO you start with, it really does shape like what you want out of that type of thing. I have a hard time relating to people who only have, like, they only got started with more MOBA style games, or yeah, like the very modern, there's a certain type of game, you know. I don't know, I have a hard time relating with a lot of those types of people. Also, going back to the rabbits, I want more hare meat, but also I think they'd be, it would be faster to fight rabbits and lizards. Now, I will say, retail FF11, there was some bullshit about the actual, like, you know, the subscription and everything. I really hated how, like, how they did it was you would pay, like, at the time, what was a standard MMO subscription fee, but that would only give you access to one single character. Just one. That's, you know, like, that's not great, right? Especially with how limited the inventory is. But then, if you wanted more characters, you had to pay, yeah, you had to pay a dollar per extra character. And then later on, they added, like, extra storage slots and stuff, and you had to pay extra per month for that. I'm gonna be honest, retail FF11, that was some bullshit pricing. I'm gonna be honest. But we didn't really have a lot to compare it to at the time, you know, so we just sort of put up with it. Okay, there's no... I was a little worried that there might be a group over here, but no, we're good. Then I'll just continue killing rabbits over here. True, 14 does that a little bit with retainers, but I never felt like I needed more than 2 retainers in 14. Like, I never really felt like that was holding me back, not having, like, you know, 10 retainers, right? And FF14 does, like, they do have, like, a cheaper subscription fee that lets you only make one character per server. So I think FF14 is a little more fair on the monthly pricing, but where FF14 loses points and becomes worse again is they have a cash shop, which, for me, no MMO that charges a subscription fee should have a fucking cash shop. That's what the sub fee is for. It is you pay to enter, and not you pay to enter and then keep paying, like, on top of that. That is in fact some bullshit, but I guess I've seen much more aggressive cash shops, but then again, I have not seen more aggressive cash shops in games that have a subscription fee to play. Like, generally, you either have the aggressive cash shop or a subscription fee. It's kind of rare that you do both. And I guess, yeah, WoW does both, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest, World of Warcraft has been so big for so long, I think they can literally do whatever the fuck they want. Like, I think that, like, World of Warcraft to a lot of people is kind of a cultural thing. Like, I've encountered this, like, there's certain people that, like, their first MMO was World of Warcraft, and it's really the only one they've ever done. And they're not really interested in anything other than World of Warcraft. And at that point, Blizzard can pretty much bend them over and just steal their wallet. You know, like, they got them, right? But yeah, the cash shop in 14 is not nearly as bad as many cash shops I've seen. It's just me personally, I would prefer if there wasn't one, you know? Like, I do think they did a good job of keeping it out of the game. Like, the cash shop is not in the game in any form. There's never a pop-up like, hey, go to the cash shop. No, they don't do that. And that's good, that's points for them. But like I said, as an old school MMO player, you didn't see that back in the day. Like, back in the day, like, when you subscribed to EverQuest or Ultima or Anarchy Online or whatever, the sub fee was the only thing that you would be charged for. There was nothing else you could buy. And I prefer that. Oh no, the before times, before the horse armor. Before the Todd Howard came and the dark times. Oh. We don't speak of those times. But yeah, again, this is where I find myself being the old man, you know? Yeah, look, I will shake my cane at the clouds and be the old man on this one, but I don't know. This is one of those things that has kind of pushed me away from gaming in general in recent years. Monetization is just a little too crazy, even in single-player games now. And it's not that I'm necessarily opposed to having additional content for games. I mean, I used to love the idea of having, like, an expansion pack to a game. Like, hell, even The Sims, right? Up until 3, it was fun to have these nice big new expansion packs for The Sims. It was a novelty, right? And then 3 happened, and they started pumping out expansion packs like a factory, and also had a cash shop, right? but to me it's just it's too much. It's a little too predatory at this point to be fun anymore, right? I don't like constantly being reminded that I am playing and paying for a game rather than just enjoying the game. I think maybe that's a big issue, is any sort of thing that like grabs your attention and pushes you to a cash shop or whatever. It's just sort of reminding you that you are playing a game, and you can't really fully immerse, right? I admit it, right? I have the fucking Katy Perry Sweet Treats pack for The Sims 3. I admit it, okay? Okay. To be fair, it was a different time, alright? I was much younger. I didn't realize I was being suckered. But also, look, it had a lot of candy-themed furniture and decorations and like wallpapers and stuff, and I made a pretty sick gingerbread house using that pack, alright? In my defense, you can make a really good gingerbread house with that pack. But yeah, never again. I will never get had like that again. Yeah, see, like, it was a more innocent time, you know? We weren't as up and up on being swindled like that, so... But never again. Never again. But yeah, mostly, I don't know, like, so, okay, let me think of a game that I do like, but the monetization, what little there is, it pulls me out of the game. And what comes to mind is Conan Exiles, which, you know, I played on the stream, right? Like, Conan Exiles can be played 100% single player, and for the most part, I play it as a single player game. With my own server run on my own machine, right? There's no, like, I'm not even connected to some global server, right? Uh-oh, Baleful Gaze. Not gonna get me with that. But in Conan Exiles, so despite it being pretty much a single-player game that you can even mod and make your own content for, including just straight-up cheating, and it's okay, Conan Exiles has a battle pass that you need to buy and then do your daily content for to unlock things that you already bought. You're constantly reminded in Conan Exiles that you haven't bought something. Like when you want to, you know, you go into your crafting menu and you see a really cool thing and it's like, oh, you could craft that, but you didn't buy the pack. You gotta buy that DLC for 15 bucks before you can craft that. And like between that and the battle pass nonsense, even though I like Conan Exiles, I am constantly pulled out of the game. I am violently ripped out of the game and reminded that this is a product and the company is trying to milk me for everything I have. And it really sours the experience, you know? And yeah, Conan Exiles is made by Funcom, which Funcom made Anarchy Online, which is a sci-fi MMO, a classic one of the first MMOs I played. So I like Funcom because they made Anarchy Online. I generally like Funcom as a company. Like, Conan Exiles is really the first time I ever played a game by them that I was like, oh man, this is just a nightmare. Like, this is a monetization nightmare. But, oh, they also made The Longest Journey, that series of adventure games. Like, Funcom has a lot of really good games under their belt. But their quality has definitely dipped in recent years. And yeah, also, Bern, I do like how the announcement that FF16 will in fact be a complete game that you can buy in its entirety on release. Yeah, that... I love how that was like, oh man, this is great. What a revolutionary idea. Like, why? What is this now? This, what? You mean to say that you're going to release a video game complete with, like everything you need to play it, like in a box, all at once, when you pay for it? Man, you should be the head of a company. That is a wild idea. I love it. I love being a gamer in current year. It feels great. Oh yeah, I really liked the Secret World when it first came out. I totally forgot. Funcom did that too. But the Secret World kind of had problems, and it's been through some bad times. I don't think I like the way that it went, but when the Secret World first launched, I thought it was a really, really good kind of mystery MMO, which is like a mystery riddle MMO. It's something I hadn't really seen before, and that interested me. But no, I don't have an account still. I think that was even like old Steam account and everything. But it was a good time. I had my fun with it. I had my fun. I can remember the good times. But I will say this, even with the original version of the game, I do remember there being a bit of an issue. So the first area that you go to in the game, I remember that being amazing. Like, I loved the first area of the game. The kind of Lovecraftian town that you start off in. But then, okay, like, that whole thing, I loved every moment of it, but then you go to the desert, and, like, there is a massive, like, both a tone shift and also a gameplay shift when you get to that desert, and I did not enjoy that as much. And then I think the third place, I forget what it was, but I was kind of... Yeah, I didn't like it very much. I think what it is, like, again, what I remember is it's a major tone shift, right? Like, it is a very major tone shift from, you know, the dark Lovecraft horror-esque theming of the first map. And there were only like 3 maps in the game, so like a third of the game, you're just in this first area, and yeah, it was just such a tone shift that I found I just wasn't enjoying the game as much. And a lot of people have said the same thing. Like, a lot of people that I've talked to and a lot of opinions I've heard is they love the first part, but then the game just sort of changes, and they didn't like everything after that. And yeah, I do know that it still has that Lovecraft-ish horror going on, but it's very different in tone. And what I remember is the game gets a little more combat heavy too. Like, it wasn't just about the tone. Like, I remember the game being a little less puzzle focused and a little more just combat grind focused at that point. But either way, I don't think I don't think Funcom really handled the game good. Like, it was I think that was like the first time that I really just didn't like what Funcom did with a game, which is a shame. 9 hair meat in my inventory. I need 12 for a stack, though. I need 12 for a stack. I guess I'm just gonna keep smashing rabbits then. But I don't know. Yeah, the secret world, I'd say I had my fun with it, and I didn't, you know, I have the good memories. It's done. But it was a really cool idea. Very cool idea. And oh yeah, didn't they make kind of a shitty adventure game based on the amusement park area in the game? Which, like, in the secret world, that was a fun little distraction, but as its own game, I think it was just called The Park, right? As its own game, that wasn't great. It was not great. Yeah, it had a good atmosphere, but the execution needed a lot of work. Like, I mean, a lot of work. Oh, my pet's gone. Can I just charm that lizard over there? Alright, that'll make this easy. Also, total aside, I love how I've been smashing a lot of rabbits, but not much in the way of hair meat. And this is one of those, I've talked about it before, but it's such a strange quirk of Final Fantasy XI. And I can't really think of any other game that does this, but in FF11, loot drops get rarer and rarer the higher level you go, even if it's literally the same item. Like, that's not really something I've seen in other games. Like, yeah, generally there's more rare loot in, like, the higher levels, but, like, common items pretty much drop the same across the board, right? But the way this game works, like, let's say hair meat is a common item. From level 1 enemies, like, right outside of Sandoria, there's roughly like a 30-something-ish% drop chance. The same rabbits here in the dunes have like a 15% drop chance. And rabbits, like higher level rabbits, might have like a 5% drop chance to drop hair meat. Like, that's just strange. So for the exact same items, it is actually more profitable to kill low-level enemies rather than high-level enemies, because the high-level enemies will drop the same items, but really badly. I can't really think of any other game I've seen that does loot like that. Like when I'm killing enemies as a Beastmaster at level 55, most of the enemies that I kill for certain loot, like the best drop chance for common items is like a drop chance of maybe 4%, right? And for the actually rare items, we're talking a less than 1% drop chance, like a fraction of a percent. I've never really understood why the game works that way. Well, I guess I have a theory. I do have a little bit of a theory. So my theory is that the game is intending for you to be grouping up with other players, right? It's a team game. So I think the game is assuming you're going to be grouped up with other players, and it's assuming that you're going to be grouped up with a thief. and thieves get progressively better treasure hunter. Like, you know, at 15 they get treasure hunter 1, at 50 they get treasure hunter 2, and then with item bonuses they can get treasure hunter 3 and 4. So theoretically, as you get higher level and you're grouping up with thieves, theoretically they will have progressively better versions of treasure hunter. So in theory, you should be getting more loot as you level because of treasure hunter, but that really only plays out like that if you group up with a thief or you are a thief, right? Otherwise, the best you can really hope for is sub-jobbing thief and getting treasure hunter 1, which doesn't do a whole lot at high levels. I don't know, it's weird. And that said, like let's say you have treasure hunter 4, I mean that still works on low level enemies, you know, you can like you can go to the low level zones and farm the shit out of the enemies if you have treasure hunter 4, so I don't know, I'm not really sure I understand. Maybe it's not my place to understand. All I know is that it really doesn't feel good to kill like level 50 enemies, to kill hundreds of them, and not get a single piece of loot. That really doesn't feel good. And that's with Treasure Hunter 1. Which, I guess in theory, Treasure Hunter 1 is almost doubling my loot chance, right? Like, every level of Treasure Hunter basically doubles up on itself. So if you have Treasure Hunter 4, you have an okay-ish loot chance, even as a high level. But only thieves, like only main job thieves would have access to that. Everybody else, the best you can hope for is the first level of Treasure Hunter, which, you know, you double up 1% and that gives you 2%. Yay. Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing, right? Like, getting rare items and stuff in 11, yeah, it's really rare, and yeah, it's hard, but when you get something really rare, like let's say it's an actual item you can use, man, it feels good. And even just materials, right? Like materials in this game can be rare, and when you finally get a full stack, and then you find you can, like, either use it or sell it to someone who is going to use it for a ton of money. Oh, that feels good. Like, let me give a difference, like an example in the difference between the value of items. So, and I'd say Gil in Final Fantasy XI, I would say Gil, like, I'd say less Gil is worth more than, relatively speaking, in FF14. But, like, in FF14, I remember mining, and pretty much anything I could mine, other than, like, the end game, right? Anything I could mine, it was almost worthless. Like, it was basically trash. So in FF11, mining is much more, like, you have to invest into it. You'll break your picks, and picks cost money. Like, it's a lot more effort. Also, resources are finite. Like, there's no individual mining points. There's a set number of mining points, and everybody has to fight for them. But let's say you get, like, a full stack of ore. You could sell that for, like, 50k or more. There's people, I forget what exactly it is they mine, but some of the people in the link shell here, like, I've seen them, they come back from a mining trip, and it's like, oh yeah, I sold a stack of that for 300,000 gil. And, like, look, the whole time I've been playing, and I play on the cheap, I got 600k, right? Like, that's mind-blowing for me. That's like my mind is just out my ears, right? But it's because, you know, it's because the resources are harder to get. You have to put more work in. You have to put a little money in, too. And, you know, it's still a bit of RNG, but it has value. Like, that gives it value, right? Like, the difficulty and rarity makes it worth something. And it's the same with all forms of crafting, too. Like, crafting in this game is a lot harder to level up than in 14. But as a consequence, if you do craft, you can actually sell the things you make for proper money. Like, it's great. And I'm not talking like end game. See, I think that's the thing. In FF14, I always felt like anything that wasn't end game crafting, and only certain end game things at that, it felt like anything else was just not even worth your time, right? But here, even low-level items are worth it. Like, everyone needs everything all the time. There's always demand. And that feels good. It makes you want to, like, really participate in the economy rather than just kind of passively float along and, you know, be given items to work with. It feels better to me. Frustrating sometimes, don't get me wrong. But more rewarding when everything comes together. I think that's the main thing, and really that kind of summarizes my experience with a lot of how this game plays out. Like, I think about the hard content that I want to do, right? Like I need to do the first 3 Prometheans in order to get access to the Tavnasian Archipelago. Like, I can't go there until I do the first 3 Promethean dungeons. But getting people to do them is hard, and then actually completing them successfully is real hard. I've talked to people, and they're like, yeah, it took me like 6 months just to do the first 3. And, like, that something like that in Final Fantasy XIV would be unheard of, right? But the thing is, when I finally got a group and I did just the first Promethean dungeon, just the first one, when I finally got that done, and it was a hard boss fight that we scraped by on, but when we got it done, I felt like a champion, alright? Like, I literally, like, at my chair, I just stood up, clapped, and, like, hands overhead, like, fuck yeah! Like, that kind of thing, you don't get that sort of feeling from Final Fantasy XIV. In FF14, even completing, like, Savage or whatever, it's just like, huh, okay, I win. Alright, that was nice. You know, because there's not that extreme low, right? You don't have the extreme low, so you can't have the extreme high. And with something like this, yeah, it's hard to get things done, but when you finally do it, man, I live for that. And also, even, like, again, to go back to, like, non-combat stuff, so, like, here's my crafting skills. I got fishing up to 39, and fishing was really hard to level up early on, but once I kind of got into it, got better gear for it, it went quicker. But, like, my fishing is at a point now where I can actually catch, like I can catch fish that sell to just NPCs for, like, 200 gil each, right? Just to NPCs. And more to players. And that feels good. Like, it feels good to work up to that. And then I got, like, you know, 20 cooking skill, and that's not very high, but I can make my own, MP refresh drinks, which, that feels real good. That feels real good. Oh, Goldsmith. Hey, Goldsmith is good later on. I mean, all the crafts are. Like, you can do really good stuff with all the crafts. although you cannot max them all out. So the thing is, I believe you can take every crafting skill up to, it's either 50 or 60. I forget exactly, I'd have to look it up, but it's either 50 or 60. But if you go higher than that, you can only go to 100 in one craft, and fishing. Fishing doesn't, fishing's not a real craft, technically. You can be 100 fishing and 100 cooking. That works, but you, there's no omni-crafters here. Omni-crafting is not a thing, and that is for the better. I think it's a good thing, right? It means you have to interact with the economy if you want to do things. You can't just omni-craft or omni-gather and, just do everything self-sufficiently. That doesn't work here. But the main, so there is actually a reason to level all the crafts up to, let's say, 50 or 60, whatever the soft cap there is. There is a really good reason to do it, and that is desynthesis. So in 14, desynthesis is a very simple affair, but here, well, I mean, yeah, you gotta have the appropriate skill level, but also, desynthesis is actually really good to get more valuable materials from items. A good example is goblin armor, which is goblin armor is just very basic stuff. Pretty much every goblin you fight can drop goblin armor. It's worth next to nothing on the auction house because it's so common. You can get maybe 80 gil for it. But when you break it down with a lightning crystal using clothcraft, it breaks down into cloth threads, several of them, and a stack of that cloth thread is worth 3 to 4k. And every time you break a goblin armor, depending on your skill, you can get anywhere from 3 to a full stack of thread, depending on how lucky you are. So desynthesis is actually an incredibly good way to make money if you level your skills up. And you can desynthesize a lot of things into materials that would cost much more money otherwise. Well, here's a great example, and this is one of my early ways to make gil in the game. Not by crafting, but by selling to crafters. So Quadav backplates. The Quadav, the Turtle Man Beastmen. Their shells, they're a fairly common drop, and their shells can be desynthesized into dark steel. And dark steel sells for tens of thousands of gil for a stack. You can be very wealthy very quickly selling dark steel. Very wanted by smiths. But the Quadav backplates are a low-level common drop that anyone can get, and the backplates tend to sell for I don't know, 6 to 8k for a stack. But then you can break them down into ingots that'll sell for tens of thousands of gil. It's really nice. So desynthesis, if you're looking to make gil in FF11, getting your crafting skills up just to desynthesis it's a good idea. Ah, okay, so 60 is the soft cap. Sorry, I just looked at it and saw. But 60, that's good. Max level is 100 for crafts, so 60 would, I mean, not just for desynthesis, but that would allow you to make most of the items in the game. That's not bad. And there's high-level items that are under 60, so yeah, that's pretty nice. Yeah, smithing 51, yeah, like the higher your skill, the better your chance of getting a high quality craft. That's how it works here. Oh, Lambda. Final Fantasy Quest Online is my favorite. An OJ stream. Is that like a soda stream? Alright, let's see. I want to charm this other lizard. Though, again, don't think I'll go too much longer. Oh, the wife is hungry, so... Alright, so I will finish this fight here so I don't die. And we'll kind of close things out. But nice Lambda to show up here at the tail end. Also, so Mike, like, look, I've only leveled cooking up to 20 in this game, and I have spent tens of thousands of gil just getting that high. And cooking is... But cooking is a cheap one to level, all right? Like the real crafts, God help you. I've seen people that like they say they've spent like hundreds of thousands of gil just to get one skill point in the higher levels of that craft. So we're talking like millions of gil to actually max it out, right? Oh hey, I got a full stack of hair meat. That's great. Awesome. I can make some good money on that. Aw, Lambda, disappearing into the ether again. But yeah, it's food time, and I'm hungry too. We gotta decide where we're gonna order from and what we're gonna get. But that is all for this. Look at that, I'm even close to hitting 25. Great, great. I'd say mostly grinding, but productive day. Also, I guess to close things out, I'll say, man, Mike, I mean, I don't know, I hope you're having, since you're, you know, kind of, I'm guessing, testing the waters out with FF11 again, but it is a fun and very rewarding game when you get into it, but you kind of have to let yourself get into the right mindset. I think that's the thing. There's a lot of frustrating moments in FF11. There's lots of moments that can make you quit, but I think it's all about pacing yourself and setting the right expectation so that no matter what you do, you're at least finding fun, right? Like, I really want to do the Prometheans, but it's so hard to get a group for that. I just accept that, like, okay, if I log in, I will have these other activities that I can do to have fun. And, you know, I'll keep an eye out for a Promethean group, but if it doesn't happen, that's okay. And that's sort of how I have to look at a lot of things in this game, is, you know, have a fun activity lined up, but have backup plans, have things you can do, and you do that, I find I don't burn out, and I have a good time with it. But oh yeah, also, Mike, I guess hit me up sometime in the game. I'm always down to help out players. I don't know if you're on the same, I would assume you're on the same private server since you came here, you know, good old Horizon. But yeah, I can help out. I have a 55 Beastmaster, so I can help out doing quests and stuff. But also, I have group-friendly classes too, and I don't mind level syncing down. Yeah, the time zone is the main thing. I mostly play in EU hours, but towards the evening, that's a little closer to EST times for me, and I do play some just on my own in the evening. But yeah, like, hit me up, we can try and work something out. Mostly, I love helping people to do content, alright? I love helping out. But let's get out of here. The wife is hungry, I'm hungry, everybody's hungry. The cats are probably hungry. but no fast food for them. So, so to close out, yeah, great. great seeing new people come in here. Good time, Mike. I hope you all had fun. And I guess tomorrow we'll be back again. Not sure what we don't always do FF11. You know, might do something else, but we'll see. If the heat wave is still going on, probably I'm just gonna take it easy again and, you know, do a chill game. But whatever we do, I'll see you guys then. Have a good day. See you later.